Yeah. Brassy girls everywhere, titty ass hands in the air, so party over here, shaking for the man of the year, man of the year, man of the bounce. Brassy girls everywhere, titty ass hands in the air, so party over here, shaking for the man of the year, man of the year, man of the bounce. Home of the party in the trees, sunny land of the G's, please let a nigga breathe. Take top down for the breeze, burnt lips, got a blunt full of weed, peace, love, enemies. Nigga, I ain't come for the beef, you ain't know she came for the speech, got bites for the cheeks. Nigga, I'm the life for the beat, fuck that, this shit, gotta eat. Bounce for the crown, you be hating and I still hold it down. When you round, man, the girls never lounge, man, I heard you a hound. Bruh, man, that bitch need a bounce, tip, bounce out of gown, hands high to the sound. Yeah, I'm the rich nigga now, big bitch, I'm the talk of the town, make a bitch run the mouth. Yeah, go south for the boy, pop down to the floor, bounce. Bounce. Yeah. Brassy girls everywhere, titty ass hands in the air, so party over here, shaking for the man of the year, man of the year, man of the bounce. Brassy girls everywhere, titty ass hands in the air, so party over here, shaking for the man of the year, man of the year, man of the bounce. Brassy girls everywhere, titty ass hands in the air, so party over here, shaking for the man of the year, man of the year, man of the bounce. Home and a slinging on the curb, weed cards every corner sell herb. Watch you fly to a bird. Nigga, I can pitch you a curb. Let this real shit occur, make meals from a bird. Nigga, cop a crib in the burbs. Nigga, you ain't said nothing but a word. Smoke something for your nerve. Home of the paid on the first, then nigga going broke by the third. Bounce for the crown. Fast forward getting real to me now. Every dog need a cat to me out every once in a while. I see hands in the crowd, see white, black blaze in the pound, jumping around. Tits ass bump out of gown, bounce from the ground, get hype for the sound. This first straight from the morgue, down from the floor, bounce. Bounce. Yeah. Brassy girls everywhere, titty ass hands in the air, so party over here, shaking for the man of the year, man of the year, man of the bounce. Brassy girls everywhere, titty ass hands in the air, so party over here, shaking for the man of the year, man of the year, man of the bounce. Brassy girls everywhere, titty ass hands in the air, so party over here, shaking for the man of the year, man of the year, man of the bounce.
Yo, yo, this for all my progressive thinkers. Yo, cautious with the image that I'm giving. What used to be appealing is the shit that I'm resenting. Feel like I ain't living, I'm dealing with so much. On the low, I'm acting tough, but I ain't been happy in a minute. And what's crazy is this is just the beginning. Right around Vegas, trying to build my foundation. That immediate happiness is awaiting, but I feel it's overrated. I'm keeping a clean conscience. I just want to do my own thing, a good heart, but what if I'm out here fighting for the wrong things? Became a daddy and start watching my behavior, helping niggas out, but niggas running out of favors. It ain't about the paper, it's about what you gonna do with it. You on your music tip and tell me, is you the creator? These niggas don't know how to act. I should have been a school counselor to see what they get out of that. All I wanna do is help if it's a little. Got up in this game to really try to make a change. Wanna settle down, but the shit is so confusing. I'm just going through a stage where I'm learning how to be brave. Keep your head up. Fuck a phase, this is life, all I need is me. Look into my daughter's eyes, and then I get the water eyes. If I die, I pray to God she know what father tried. Word. Cause we just wanna live our lives, embrace faith, win against all odds. In our eyes, to judge niggas, that is not our job. To be a man, it is not that hard. We gon' kill them with kindness. When they try to take you out your comfort zone, hey yo, it's time to be a man, understand, we gon' kill them with kindness. And you know you gotta fucking hold your own. Can't let them take us away from the fam, we gon' kill them with kindness. Now I'm thinking in reality. What you think? Actually, I was thinking about stability. I watched my single mother feed her for years just to barely pay the bills. I don't know, that shit's killing me. But I don't wanna live like that. Mama, I don't wanna see you live like that. I told my little brothers we can build a new life. For the ones that gave us life, we can get that back. I know we tend to hold grudges. I can't control it, I'm unfolding the emotion that I'm holding. Hope the way I saw it ain't the way I won't approach it. I'm just focused on the better me. This rap shit is my pedigree. And lately I've been feeling life's testing me. She say she down and she say she wanna ride. At least the need to please or be validated by eyes in disguise. I'm just focused on what makes me come alive. I've learned to not take nothing personal. Bad environments have been my disadvantage. Not trying to be accepted has stepped me out of my box. And now these niggas watch me like I got all of the answers. But this is what I built for myself. Realistic, always had to keep it real with myself. So when they talk and it's negative or it's false, we channel out the negative thoughts without any help. Cause we just wanna live our lives, embrace faith, win against all odds. In our eyes, to judge niggas, that is not our job. To be a man, it is not that hard. We gon' kill them with kindness. When they try to take you out your comfort zone, hey yo, it's time to be a man, understand, we gon' kill them with kindness. And you know you gotta fucking hold your own. Can't let them take us away from the fam, we gon' kill them with kindness.
What's up, YouTube? It's 11/11, Sunday, 11/11. I'm artisanmc, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today on the Mother's Day holiday. I do appreciate that because I know y'all got obligations that you have to meet to make sure you're not going to have a shitty life the rest of the week. I know that's what it is. I did my due diligence. I sent all my Mother's Day text out already done. As soon as I woke up, I did it. So nobody would have a reason to bitch except for the fact that maybe they didn't see me or they didn't get shit from me. But kind of par for the course. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I might give y'all a little bit of a reprieve on hitting the goal this week, because I know everybody breaking their cells off a particular vagina in their life. I know that's what's happening. So, all right, you gotta pay your relationship dues. That's just what the shit is. It's just what it is. You gotta pay your dues. Me personally, I am kind of past that shit. So no, text is what you get. But for today, I am feeling a little bit happy. I was waiting to do this stream all fucking week. Y'all know that. I was waiting to do this all week. And for this week, we're going to dive into the Sinatra selection. This is the best whiskey that I have drank. One of my favorite whiskeys. Shout out to the Angry Man via Grinch. Says Grinch told him to try some whiskey, some Jack, and Angry Man went out and got the most expensive one he could find. Not being a Jack drinker, and did a stream and got me to discover this delicious little monster right here. When I went and found it, I fell in love. I have a bottle of this every year. Every year since I saw it. I have not been disappointed. So I'm going to let this breathe a little bit, but I'm going to have some of that Tennessee whiskey. I would drink Uncle Nearest, but my Uncle Nearest is kind of low. Looking at it right now, it's kind of low, so I need to get a new bottle of that before I go, toasting it up. But that's my special occasion whiskey. I'm going to have a shot of that for today. For today's stream. And y'all know I ain't did that in a minute. But fuck it. Father's Day coming up. If y'all want to be really special, somebody out there want to be actually special, really talk that I love you shit, Sinatra Select. Way to my heart. So what we got on deck today? We got some no geek stuff, really, because all the geek stuff is relating around Star Wars and KK, and I don't really want to talk about that shit, really. I really don't. I'm sick of talking about it a lot. Stuff going on with Marvel, a little bit going on with the Guardians movie, how that's working out. I know that review has not come out, but I've been hitting it pretty hard at the work situation, so getting some things settled over there. And dare I say, knock on wood, getting into some stable waters with the work situation. So that's actually good, because I got goals and plans for the rest of this year. And yeah, that could be really fun. Personally, there's been a few things happening, and that's pretty much what I want to focus on this stream, but I'll do it a little bit later. Little bit later, because look, I wasn't sure what the crowd was going to be like today, if people were going to be here because they want to bitch about mothers, or if people were not going to be here because they were out doing stuff with their mothers or significant others. That's a good one. Mothers and significant. I think I should name the stream that, Mothers and Significant Others. I think I'm going to write that one down. See, this is what free association is good for. Okay, so what's up, Donnie Mac? I see you in here. Happy Sunday fun day and happy Mother's Day. Yeah, it's a geek Sunday. Your mother could be a geek too. At work, I saw a bunch of female mother geeks, and I could say that made me actually kind of happy to see some mothers celebrating their very first Mother's Day. I'm around where I see a lot of women that are married women, not a bunch of single mothers, a bunch of married women, and having babies or pregnant or something like that, or had a fleet full of fucking kids. The funniest family that I like seeing is when I go to their house and have to work on some stuff. It's a mother and a father together, obviously, Caucasian, which doesn't matter necessarily. They got like 4 or 5 kids, right? And I don't think they're overly Christian. I don't think they are. But they seem to have a good relationship when I'm there and they talking with each other. Kids and everything. Talking with each other. They seem to have a good, solid family and a good, solid relationship. And the funniest thing that I see is on their little minivan, they have, people have the back of the stickers, or on the back of their cars, they have little white stickers and stuff like that. Usually has mother, father, a couple kids lined up or whatever. No, these folks are funny. The sticker on the back of their minivan said hella kids in this bitch. I laugh at that every time I see it. Every time I see it, I laugh at that. That's funny as hell because, yeah, they do got hella kids in that bitch. And I think that's funny. That's just people having fun with what it is that they're doing in life and what they're putting out there in life. And as rambunctious as the kids can be, seems like they're enjoying that shit. It does. Seems like they're enjoying that shit. Kids get to be kids, parents being parents, married couple being a married fucking couple, and just raising a fucking family, which is, I wouldn't even say it's the American dream. That's the dream of life in general. Life in general is to find somebody, pair up, have you a couple of pups, and raise them motherfuckers to go off into the world and do likewise. That is the dream. That is the goal. And I will say this on Mother's Day, so it's very clear. Anything outside of that is not the goal. It's not. It's not ideal. And I say it's not ideal because it's not ideal for the children. Now, if your whole idea of having all of that is just for you to be there, standing on the podium by yourself with all these fucking kids around you, you sound like a dumbass to me. You do. Because to use one of my favorite Wesley quotes, you can put a cat in the oven, but it don't make it a biscuit. No. Yeah, you can do it. That's not the way it's done. Okay? That's not the way it's done. The kids wouldn't even be here if you didn't find somebody to lay down and let them shoot up the club with. So I don't want to hear that shit. If you needed them for that, then you need them for the rest of it too, no matter what the hell you think. Now, that might rub some people the wrong fucking way, but look, I went over this yesterday, that one thing you can count on me for is being honest with you. You can count on me being honest with you. You can't count on always liking what the hell I say. You can count on that shit. You're not always going to like what the hell I say. But you can count on me always being honest with you, regardless of your fucking feelings. Because I lean analytical, not emotional. I am a male. Balls and all. Naturally. Homegrown. And my default setting is not to be emotional. My default setting is to be analytical and give you that critical information. And that critical stuff comes down to the honesty. Because honesty, as I tell people, and predominantly women all the time, honesty does not care about your feelings. The truth does not care about your feelings. It doesn't. It's not dependent on it at all. If it don't make you feel good and all warm and cushy on the inside, it's probably the goddamn truth. And men deal with it just like women do. But that's just what the truth is. The truth does not play favorites. It don't play favorites and it don't care about your feelings. So today I thought it'd be interesting to just talk about that in a different way. Because while I can, praise a lot of women in my life that I know that have children and give them, a little bit of flowers, because I give women flowers. I don't give men flowers. I give men respect. Women get flowers. Men get respect. I can give them a little bit of flowers for appreciating how I see them raising their children and the good things they do for raising their children that will make their children more viable or happy members of this society that we all live in. I can also point out the ills and say, yeah, you fucking up some places too. Fucking up some places too. Because the one thing that's missing is the other side of that whole balancing act. The yin and the yang part. Now, I know people are still talking about the Ebony K and Ilyana thing, and I saw BGS did a stream about it the other day, giving his opinion on it, which was key. And one of the things he hit on that I hit on when I talked about it was the fact that although I like Ayana, whatever the fuck you want to call herself, although I like Ayana, there was one thing that she said that did piss me off, that kind of triggered me. And one thing she said is that she was a better father than a mother. And I'm looking at her the same way BGS is looking at her. It's like, bitch, you ain't no father. You're not. You never were. You're just a non-emotional, non-compassionate woman. That doesn't make you a father, because that's not what a father is. And I can tell you that because I am one. You're missing the qualities of what you think or what women believe fatherhood is. And fatherhood ain't just being a walking ATM and a dude for the heavy lifting. That's not fatherhood. It's not. I was talking to a younger single mother and telling her the tales that how other men can tell that there is no father in the home with a young boy. And one of the things that she missed, and I think I shared it with you guys last week, was him going to a bathroom at a sporting event or something like that, and he got his pants pulled down around his ass at the urinal, or sitting on the toilet when he pee. Those are usually stark indicators for other men that you ain't got no man training, because women can't give you man training. You know why? Because they've never went through man training. So how the fuck are they going to teach it to somebody else? But I've heard this repeatedly, and mind you, I've heard this twice in 30 years. In 30 years, I've heard this twice. Once from my son's mother, who I did send a text and tell her Happy Mother's Day to. I did. And she responded back, thank you. Did it. Once from her, and once from this young single mother of two, under 25. Believing that they could raise a boy to be a man without a man. Specifically without the one that they laid down and had a child for. Specifically, without him. I'm like, no, that's not how that shit works. That's why you don't understand a lot of these subtle nuances of being a man. Now, I can give people this, and this is not me hating on women or mothers and none of that shit. It's just pointing out the fallacies of some of this shit. Because make no mistake about it, there ain't a man standing up today in this society, raising a child by himself or not, who's going to say, well, I'm a mother and a father today. Not a one. I was a mother. No, there ain't a man saying that shit today. But best believe in another 30 goddamn days, it's going to be a bunch of single women jumping up talking about I'm a father too. Let's be real. Let's be fucking real. If that shit hurt, that's the truth. That's what it's supposed to do. Not coddle your goddamn feelings. Now, point being is that, yes, you can raise a child without a father. You can raise a child without the father there or a strong male presence there. Yeah. But you can also have some fucked up children too. That's almost guaranteed. It's almost guaranteed. And all the thousands of years of child raising proves it. And some of the dumbest shit I hear is women who want to debunk fucking science, statistics, and fucking facts. And not just lived experience that everybody around you can look at and see how this shit turned out. That is the best way to do things. No. And now just to debunk this one thing right off the bat before they get all clutched up. Can you have a fucked up kid coming out of a two-parent household? Yes, you can. Can you have some positive kids coming out of a single mother household? Yes, you can. You can. But we ain't talking about the fucking outliers, are we? When we talk about topics like this, we talking in generalities and what's most likely to happen, right? You know, the bell curve, that center part, the biggest mass of the bell curve, that's what's most likely to happen. All this shit on the outsides is not what the hell we're talking about. And just because it exists, it doesn't debunk the rest of the 80% of the shit that does. It doesn't. Get over yourself. That's what gets y'all fucked up more than often. You want to point to the one exception to the rule and think that's the rule. That's not the rule, dummy. That's a deviation of the standard. You know what that means? You got a better chance of hitting that motherfucker with a lightning bolt shit, than hitting it with your ass. That's not where it is. And the reason I'm couching it this way is because I saw my brother BMT doing his stream today, and he didn't want any single mother hate. And I can agree with him. It's not time for no single mother hate because men are usually bigger than that shit. We let people have their day because we also know that a broken clock is right 2 times. I only think of you on 2 occasions. That's day and night. It's the only time the clock is right, right? The other things is sometimes the sun shines on a dog's ass. Okay, the sun is shining today on some dog's asses. You figure out what kind of dog it is. We'll let you have your moment. Have it. Take your 15 minutes. I will clap it up for you. And then tomorrow, it's going to be back to that bullshit. Then it's going to be back to that bullshit. Now, look, Malika saying it in here. Malika, no, because Malika is one of my masculinist brothers. Daddy needs until the male child reaches puberty and starts smelling himself. Yeah, no, you need it before then. You need it way before then. Before he start bucking on your ass. And you try to subdue his growing masculinity and force him back into being a child that he don't want to be. And he is not designed to be anymore. That's fucking genetics. That's biology. You cannot refute that shit. No matter how much you don't like it and it don't make you feel good. That is not what life is about. Life, things growing on this planet, does not give a fuck about your feelings. Get it through your head. Nobody cares about your feelings. You don't think so? Ask men, does the world revolve around their fucking feelings? And we'll tell you point blank, period. It doesn't. Motherfuckers don't even like feelings coming from us. Other men don't even like it. It's seen as a negative. Something wrong, like this nigga tripping. He too emotional. Get out your feelings. It's not acceptable. Not in some cases. It's not acceptable at all. So what makes you think the rest of the world is supposed to care about yours? And not say anything that rubs up against them. That's entitlement on his face. So for me, and I was thinking of this, what message on this day I would want to really impart to younger brothers before I got into the other shit that I was going to be kind of, excited about. What would I impart to them? Short, meme of a message that I can impart to them. Because I know for me at my age, dealing with women, I'm always going to have some single mothers. It's always going to be there for my age group. It's always going to be there. But I know a lot of brothers are not in my age group. So what would I say to somebody 20, just starting out dating or some shit like that? I tell them just like Angry Man tell them, don't be messing with no single mothers. Don't do it. No. And if you do, because I'll speak to the deviation, the outlier. If you do, you better vet that single mothers, because all single mothers ain't cut the same. No, they're not. That is a pure known fact. You understand what you're doing it for and why you're doing it, what you're trying to get out of it. Because if it's cooch, I can tell you this, you could probably get cooch out of a single mother nowadays really easy. Really easy. Shit, if you look at the statistics, they're the easiest ones to get it from, next to married women who's been married more than 7 years. They're the next easiest population to get it from. And if that makes your feelings hurt, it's because it's the truth. Not just keeping it 100. Now, if you do, young man, vet her amongst other single mothers, what you would expect from a single mother at a given age to be doing for her child. And look very closely at what kind of child she has, male or female, how they're being raised, period, in general. And I'm not talking about if they got fucking Jordans on or the latest fashion shit. To me, that's a signal that she ain't about shit. She's superficial as fuck. You want to see something? Go look for a bookshelf in that house with them kids, with kids' books on the shelf. Look for that. Fuck the Jordans. Everybody wears shoes. They make a lot of different types of shoes. A pair of Jordans on a kid don't mean shit, except she values that more than what's going on in that goddamn kid's head. Look in her house and see if you see any books in that motherfucker. Ask her what's the last book she read. Ask her what book she reading to her kid. Does she read to the motherfucker at night? Ask him when it's his bedtime. Ask him. Ask them what they have to do around the house, given their age. And understand what you know about what you have to do as your own growing adult person. Can you see that kid being trained to take on the same role that you're doing right now? Ask yourself those questions. That's how you vet. Because all of them ain't equal. They all got vaginas. They ain't all mothers. They all females, but they ain't all mothers. Shout out to BMT for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, BMT. Shout out to Aquateki on the Cash App side for supporting the stream. And shout out to Aaron Peterson for supporting the stream. I'm going to get to y'all points in a minute. Give you your props in a minute, but I appreciate that. Let them have this day and sit at the grill and enjoy ours later. All we got to do is guide them to the experiences. At the end, it's up to them. Exactly, because that's what men do. It's called guidance. You choose to follow it if you want to, or not, but it's called guidance. I can't remote control your life, but I can guide you on the path to get yourself to a more positive life. You can believe it if you want to or not. But all I have to say is, do you think I'm living this way too? Okay, then. You get what the fuck you want, or what you work for, at least in the man's world. Now, the simple meme that I thought of to tell younger men on this day is to understand that making a woman a mother is a privilege, and you should treat it as such. It's a privilege, because every woman ain't a mother. You're not. Treat your semen and your ability to procreate as a man as a right. It is a right given to you by whatever creator you want to believe in biology and nature. That is your right as a man to procreate. It is a privilege if you pick this woman to be the soil that you plant your seed in to give you a child. That's a privilege. It's not a right. If you think, if somebody's bristling at that right now, think of this. If you're a woman, think of this. Think of the most trifling bitch you know. Think of the most trifling bitch you know. Even if she ain't even overweight, she just got a funky ass attitude. Treat like she going down to the candy store to get something. And now think she a mother of 2 kids and she got the same rights you do if you actually working on raising your children successfully. She a mother just like you a mother. She getting the same respect you getting today. And expect it. Think about that. Think about it. If you ever work union, you understand this very clearly. Your shittiest worker earn the same money you do. The shittiest worker. The laziest motherfucker that don't do nothing, just show up every day just to punch the clock and get paid, makes the same money you do. If you want to put a finer point on it, shout out to Dave Chappelle for this. Caitlyn Jenner is a better mother than you. Let that sink in. Go ahead. Feel some kind of way about that shit? Please do. But it's the truth. She entitled to the same respect you getting today. If you want to really fucked up, she one of the only ones who could turn around in June and say, yeah, I'm gonna celebrate Father's Day too. Grilled veggies and shrimp, I can go for that too. Here we go with the food talk, diversions. Does she have a nutritional food in the fridge and the cupboards? Does she? Yeah, I'm like that too. I just did the simple one. That's the simple visual thing that you can see just from coming over to a house. You know, when you coming over to smash on the futon or the air mattress or the floor, the bathroom, wherever the fuck. Yeah, that's a simple one you can see. Any books in this goddamn house? Does she read? Does the child read? And since I'm talking in general. I'm not talking about just black folks. I'm not. Told y'all that shit before. I do not specify just specifically stuff to black folks because I live in the world. And it's more than black folks in the world that I live in. Okay? I deal with women of all kind of races. This is standard for any of them that I look for. Standard. Because the stuff that I talk about that I see in society, it cuts across all ethnic groups. It does. That's what lets me know it's an American society thing or a Western society thing. And not just, it's just a black thing, it's just a whatever. Although in our community, it's bigger. It's bigger, but we already know why it's bigger. We're at the bottom of that bitch. The massive weight of everybody else's fucking failures. So we get it first. Canaries in the coal mine, lab rats, guinea pigs. Does that not make you feel good thinking about it that way? Because it's probably the truth. That's who we are in this society. The only reason people bitching now about all of this stuff is because now some of the people further up is getting shit that we've been getting forever. So you can deny it if you want to, but it's very real all of a sudden for some people. Very fucking real. But black men looking at it like, y'all just catching up? This is why they don't give a fuck. And I really wonder if this stream is coming in clear today because I got a low bar. And when I watched that stream last week, it looked like shit. And I was really upset. And it looks like this shit is low as fuck right now. And that's not what I'm looking for on a cook. It's not what I'm looking for on the cookout. Let me see real quick. Let me just check the audio quality. Okay, it looks all right. It looks all right. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, yeah, perpetually. Tried it with the Indians, but they damn near killed them motherfuckers off, so they cut it out. You don't want to have to keep moving on to another test subject if you killed all the specimens. Nah, because then you got to keep going up the chain. What up, studio? Appreciate that. Yeah, I just checked it. It looks good. It looks good. So that's what I would tell young brothers. Making a woman a mother is a privilege, not a right. What you have is a right to procreate, and you need to treat it like it's special. Like I told my son, treat it like it's a loaded weapon, son. Watch where you aim that bitch. Watch where you lick them shots off at. Because I can tell you this, messing with a bunch of single women in my late 30s and 40s, you know the one thing they really hate? The one thing, I'll let somebody else put it in the chat who's actually dated. What's the one thing they really fucking hate? If they dealing with you and they feeling with you and y'all getting all feeling and touchy and shit like that, what's the one thing they hate? Somebody put it in there. See if you can see where the hell it is I'm going with this. If you part of the conversation or you just cloud surfing, watching from the bushes like a good ninja. Let's see how long I'll wait. No, that's one of them. That's always there, Malika. That shit doesn't go away. I will fight the fight against insecurity till I'm dead and gone, and it'll still be here. It'll still be here. They are not getting rid of those ever. And it's not even that we give them to them. It's not. They always try to put it on us. We don't give it to them. They get that shit from other women. Because with the massive amount of simps out there in the world, and all of us, to some extent, started out as fucking simps. Because we were raised by women, right? How can you have that many simps and women still be that damn insecure when you know that simps traditionally kiss women's ass and tell them how good they are? How can they have all those insecurities? Because men don't give them to them. They get it from other women. That's the person tearing them down the whole fucking time. Why do you think colorism is not a male-centered issue? Because we don't give a fuck about all that shit. Women do. Just saying. The things that men care about and will actually go at women about, which is namely weight, is one shit they don't want to listen to from us. Fuck y'all. They ain't insecure about their weight. If they was insecure about that shit, Lizzo wouldn't be a celebrity. Thumbing her nose at men and saying, no, I still want that hot beefcake dude that work out. I don't want no dad bod, Negro. Really? Interesting. Interesting concept. Now, I'll tell you the one thing that I found, and this is just me, but I know there's a lot more, Dick Dastardly dudes out here in the world, just vagina wranglers who get it in way more than I do, who could speak to this point. But the one thing I know from being single and dating grown women that have kids, single mothers and stuff like that, they always want you to go raw. And they fucking hate it when you have a condom. Especially when you want to put it on. Hate that shit. Hate it with a passion. They feel like you took something from them. Hate it. You don't think so? Even if you hitting this shit raw and you pull out, they mad. Pissed off. Pissed. I've had that. Craziest shit I ever seen. But that's one of the reasons why I call him my crazy ex. Yeah, studio. Oh, baby, they like it raw. Yeah, they do. Now, this will shock y'all because I'm sharing some stuff on a Mother's Day because I'm feeling free with myself. And I did just pour myself a little bit of that Sinatra. Yeah, I just don't know. Look at this shit. No, you can't see it. It's not a dirty glass, it's fingerprints. Oh, shit smells so goddamn good. Yeah. Cream pie, pretty cool. Look, I'll tell you this shit. Here's a story from when I was a teen, 20-year-old. I have just had my son, right? And I went over to visit with my son after work. This is at my son's mother's house. I'm never calling my baby mama. I hate that fucking term. I hate baby daddy and baby mama. I don't say that shit. That's my son's mother. Okay? I'm over her house. I have broken up with the chick that I was fucking with at the time with her because she felt some kind of way about me having a kid or some bullshit, whatever the fuck. She wasn't stopping me from trying to go raw and shoot up the club then. She didn't give a shit. That was a white chick. Felt some kind of way about it. I went over to my son's mother's house, and there's always been an attraction there. There always was. For a time, there always was an attraction there, right? And I went over there to visit with my son. My son is young. They're home. He probably wasn't about a month or two old. And she want to fool around with me. She wants to fool around with me. Now, that's a dark-skinned chick with a big ass and big titties. I like that. I like that shit. Why the fuck not? I mean, it's not like we haven't done anything before, right? Okay. You start messing around and getting into it, and I start thinking about it. And she wants to have sex. And I'm horny. I'm thinking, yeah, I want to have sex too. But then I start thinking about it since my son was sleeping on the couch behind me. I'm like, she ain't trying to do nothing no smarter than we did the last time. If I go up in this bitch this time and bust again, if I go up in her raw again and bust in her, she going to have another baby. And I'm going to be stuck with this motherfucker with 2 kids. Because she going to do the same thing with this one as she did with the next one. She going to do the same thing. She ain't learned. She refuses to fucking learn. That means, to me, this is the desired outcome that she wants. It is. Because she ain't trying to stop it in no kind of way. Now, I would think after you just had a child at, 19, 20? You ain't even out in the world yet. Ain't even got your feet wet in the world really yet. And you just had a baby by this same Negro, that you wouldn't be trying to go raw and potentially have another one with the same dude. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I stopped. Mid, pulling the undies down and pulling it out like, nah, I can't. What? Nah, I can't. Nah. No. I left. Pulled my shit up, put my dick away, and left. Kissed my baby boy, goodbye, and got the fuck out of there. I've never touched her again since that day. Never. That's been 30-something goddamn years. And she was mad at me for that. On top of other shit, she was mad at me for that. Because I wouldn't fall in line and play the role that she wanted me to play, which was the nigga providing the semen for these babies. And moving on to other chicks. She didn't like that shit. At all. Exactly, Aquatech. You fooled me once, shame on you. Fooled me twice, shame on me. Fuck that shame. I like to believe I'm a smart person. Now, there's very few women in my life who have actually said I'm a smart person. They always try to diminish that shit, right? But I like to believe I'm a pretty smart person. If not anything, if I'm not really smart, I do learn very quickly. Let's just say that, right? Let's just say I learned very quickly. That didn't take a long time for me to figure the fuck out that wasn't probably the smartest move in the world to make. It wasn't. Look, we just fucked around on a late night humbug, me not wanting to do my job or being bored at my job and deciding I was horny and I wanted to fuck on somebody and they were willing to come over and fuck me at my job in a bathroom. Now you can cringe up hearing this story, but I've told my son this story. My son knows this story. Why? Because I'm honest. I don't want no delusions in my kid's head about what the situation was, how it was. No, I was fucking horny, and I called your mother because I had sex with her before, and she was willing to come over and fuck me. And we did it in a senior bathroom at my job. You want to know where, if you're from the Richmond? Nevin Center, nigga. That's where my son was conceived at. Now, anybody who know me in real life know that's a fact. No, it's a fact. They know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Now, I might not have used the same crass language I just used with you guys when I told my son about it, but I told him exactly the same shit. That's where it happened. So that magical, mystical story that he was told about, oh, we were just together and I just up and left her. We didn't have no relationship, homeboy. That's not what was going on at the time. Sorry to tell you that shit. Your mama lied to you. But we're going to give her flowers today. That's the dichotomy of that shit. Since that time, I have run into very few women or single mothers while I was single who did not want you to go raw and did not want you to shoot up the club. And I don't think I'm that hell of a nigga. I know I ain't the richest motherfucker around here. I know that much. Can't be the finest one. Can't be the finest one. Because I get handsome, I get cute, I get sweet, and all that shit that you sound like you can describe puppies and babies. Which didn't bother me for a point, but as I got older, I said, nigga, every time I hear some woman tell me I'm sweet nowadays, I think you think I'm a fucking sucker is what it is. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like. That's how I internalize. Oh, you're so sweet. No, you think I'm a fucking sucker. Okay. Anyway. Oh, you so handsome. Really handsome? I would rather preferred fine. Super attractive, studly, some shit like that. Something that sounds fucking masculine in your articulation and your understanding of who I am. Haven't met too many, which means they don't learn. Or they don't fucking care. They want the desired outcome, which is another baby. They want that privilege reinstated by a new suitor. And I can tell you where I figured this out. Ex-wifey, before she was ex-wifey, when we had just, came back together and was dating again. She had a dude that she was with for like 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years. And obviously, if they've been together 3 or 4 years, they doing shit that people in a relationship do with 3 or 4 years together, especially in your 20s. Fucking and shooting up a club. You know what she never did in that 3 or 4 years? Never came close to being pregnant. Not once. Not one time. No pregnancy scares, no, I missed my period, none of that shit. Never, ever. If you could say they use condoms all the time, I was like, bullshit. No, you didn't. Because then that would make me fucking special, wouldn't it? because you wasn't thinking about no goddamn condom with me. And I don't believe that I'm special like that. But you know what happened when we start dating again? Within a short amount of time? Oh, she was pregnant, nigga. Pregnant as fuck. And that was in my 20s. Now, the reason I say that, the reason I'm thinking about shit like that, because I'm analytical. I got experience with this chick. This was my high school sweetheart. So we had dated and fucked and everything else earlier in life. Fell out with each other, came back together 6 years later. And 6 years later, between all the dudes that she might have messed with in that 6 year span, she never got pregnant. Never came close. Because mind you, there were 2 boyfriends she was with for years, one of which they stayed in the same house together. Never got pregnant. No pregnancy scares. So you got me at the front, these goofballs in the middle, and then me at the tail end. And in less than a year, you end up pregnant from me. I'm not special. Not like that. That's when I figured out that women decide who they get pregnant by. They do. They decide. They choose. So if you there with a chick and she don't want you to use a condom, or she get mad that you won't bust in her, chances are she want that baby. She want that privilege from you. And is seeing it as a right, an entitlement to get it from you. That should make you very fucking leery. You can run that shit as a test. You ain't got to worry about it one day. Just fuck around with some chick you messing around with. And just say, I'm about to put this condom on. See what her reaction is. Or say you was already fucking around with her and was just raw. Pull it out. See what the response she get. She get upset, stop fucking her. Stop fucking her. Either way. Upset that you mentioned the condom, upset that maybe you was hitting it raw and you ain't shooting up the club, stop fucking her. Because that's what she's wanting. And you ain't giving it to her. And that's the only thing that really makes women pissed off. You not giving them what the fuck they want. Or telling the truth. Aquateki said, I'm wary of all compliments from women. The cynic in me is always looking for ulterior motive. That's your masculine side, Aquateki. That's your masculine side kicking in, because men are analytical. Women will always bitch about that. Why can't you just take a compliment? Because men know, since we live in a man's world, we know the compliments always hiding daggers. A compliment can always hide a dagger. Who was the motherfucker who stabbed Julius Caesar? Was it his enemy or was it his friend? You got to be watching that shit. Fuck what people say. Let me see what you show you. But what you'll find out with women, with the ones that end up in fucked up situation, oh, but they were being so nice to me. Like, bitch, you don't understand these bitches don't like you? You don't understand they really don't like you? Yeah, they were saying all that nice shit. That's why you end up fucked up. Trusting what people say, not what people do. That's not how men are wired. Men are trained from growing up as boys to be men. You need to trust the motherfucker's actions. Fuck what the hell they say. Trust their actions. Women are raised the exact opposite. It's all about what people said. Never about their fucking actions. That's why they miss shit. Arson has that super sperm. You can look at a woman and she's 2 months pregnant. If I wanted to believe I was special, Malika, that's what I would think. But no. In all this time, it's only 2 people. Why? because those are the two people that wanted those kids. You can't tell me shit. I sent a message to ex-wifey today telling her happy Mother's Day, but I had already talked to her a couple days ago with my daughter's birthday. I actually sent her a heartfelt message because I do got a lot of respect for what ex-wifey did for raising my daughter. I do. She really worked with a nigga on having that family for as long as we can have it, because no situation is perfect. No fucking situation is perfect. It's going to last as long as it lasts. And you need to appreciate and be present in that moment so you can enjoy that shit while you have it, because it can be gone. And you don't want to be sitting there thinking about reminiscing, well, I could have did this, I could have did that, all that fucking regret because you never lived into the goddamn moment. No. I appreciate what we had for the time that we had it. I appreciated falling the fuck apart and who I became after that too. Who I am now is a lot of it because of that shit. I have to appreciate the journey. I don't have to like the bad parts, but I have to respect them for what it taught me and who I became afterwards. It may not be the soft-hearted motherfucker I was before. May not be. Can never go back to that one. But I am more knowledgeable. I am more well-rounded. I am more relaxed. I do have a better understanding, and I have to appreciate that. Have to. I wouldn't want to go back to not knowing. No. It's a painful journey, but that's what journeys are. There's high roads and low points on every journey. And like me and Malika know, that is the hero's journey. That's it. And that's what I'm on. So I did give her a heartfelt message of thanks, because my daughter is awesome. Told y'all, my daughter is awesome. My son is awesome, in spite of. So I don't have a problem reaching out to them and giving them some appreciation for not fucking killing my seed, fucking it up so totally that I can't even have a relationship with the motherfucker. Nothing but appreciation for that shit. Because their job, that part of their job is done already. Those kids are grown. They're their own people now. They are free of the protective womb and out in the world thriving. And there's nothing to be upset about in that sense. Nothing. Like I told y'all, best thing a woman can give you ain't a fucking compliment. Is a child. And not standing in the way of that relationship you can have with your child. That's the best thing she can give you. Because that's the only thing that she can give you for you. All the rest of that shit is for her. Now, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And mind you, this is not a hate mothers thing. It's not. Just the truth. I run into many women who have kids who openly say they don't want to have more kids, but will readily put themselves in situations where they can have another child. Because it's bullshit. Because it's bullshit. You know, a person with 2 kids talking about they want 5. And I'm thinking, why? You ain't got a husband out of the first 2. Fuck you gonna get up to 5? The next nigga? What makes you think the next dude wants to pump 3 more babies in you when you got 2 that he's gonna have to take on and help you raise? That's not logical. That makes no fucking sense in the world. No. Yeah, Aquateki, children and respect. I don't, and this is my thing with women and respect, Aquateki. I'll just say this. It's very hard, I think, for a woman that you're fucking that's not your wife, that's already had children before you by some other dude, to give you respect. Not a lot. I'm not saying, I'm looking at respect as a meter between 0 and 100. She may not give you 100. You may get 80. She ain't giving you 100. She can't. You know why? The motherfucker she had that baby for, she gave 100. Maybe even less than that. I know some cases where they didn't even respect the man, but they gave a motherfucker a baby. I'm like, that's supposed to be the highest degree of respect. I would think it would be if I was a woman. Shout out to the chocolate witch Aria in here. Happy Mother's Day, Aria. To the babies in the lips. It's not. It's a sliding scale. All that shit is transactional. It's all based on how she fucking feel about your ass. So they respect ain't really about shit. If you think it is, ask one of your exes that y'all had a terrible relationship how much she respects your ass. She don't. It don't matter how respectful you've been to her. She don't. Women have respect for the men they fucking at the moment. And if they feel butterflies in their fucking stomach when they look at them, let that motherfucker do something she don't like. That respect drops down to nothing quickly, because it's always situational and transactional. This is why I ask women the question when I'm single and dating. I ask them about their father, how they feel about their father. Do they respect their father? And it tells me one or two things right off the bat. If they've had a father in their life, and how they look at his ass, that lets me know how she's gonna be trying to deal with me. And that's an automatic red flag or a green flag, flat out, automatically. Like Yoda would say, "You too old to start the training. Too old." You don't know how to respect a man because you ain't had one in your life, not trying to fuck you. So I'm not bold. I'm not the one to come in and be the teacher anymore. I'm not the one to come in and be the teacher anymore. Fuck that. I'm more on the vein of my cousin, like my cousin told me over 20 goddamn years ago. Leave them how you found them. Leave them how you found them. She got a great disdain for men and fathers and stuff like that. Okay, well, get your piece and move on. Because she ain't gonna have no respect for your ass. And you trying to teach her how to have respect for you is gonna be a waste of goddamn time. Because you're gonna be fighting upstream the whole time, homeboy. Because that's probably the same people in our friend group too. And you're gonna be fighting against them bitches too. Because they got more control over it than you will ever have. You don't think so? What's the role of a pimp with a bottom? What's the role of a bottom bitch to a pimp? What does she do? She helps keep the other girls in line, right? Okay. Who got more control, the pimp or the bottom bitch? What Arya say? Thank you, artisanmc. I appreciate you taking your time out of your day to show up for the stream. Hey, it's what I do. Like I said, I do this shit for y'all. I really do. I like doing it, and I do it for y'all. Just to sit and, spit some words at y'all. What's up, Princessa? Hello, gentlemen. Aquateki, Malika. Oh, she left me out of that shit. You're a huge daddy's girl? Nothing wrong with that. What kind of daddy's girl are you? Was your dad a whole fucking simp? Or does your dad keep you accountable to behaving like a decent woman? Not even good. It's a decent woman. You know how to have respect for men and shit like that. All daddy's girls ain't created equal. Really, I don't know. I didn't know that. It's just some pimpology. I just learned some pimpology. The bottom bitch's job. The bottom bitch is the one that's the most down for the pimp, right? But she's also the one who can run the other girls that the other girls listen to. Because think of it this way. The pimp can go to jail for pimping and pandering, right? If he goes to jail for pimping and pandering, who's responsible for still getting that money on the street so you can get the pimp out of jail? Who's responsible for that shit? The bottom bitch. And what does that mean the bottom bitch has to do? The bottom bitch has to run the girls. She has to run the girls just like he did. And she has to let them know, bitches, we got to pay like we weigh. We got to get daddy out. That's her job. If the pimp died, who does she become? She becomes the madam or the pimp. That's her. And mind y'all, like I told y'all before, I ain't no street nigga. I just know shit. Why? Because I've read some books and I listen to what pimps have to say. I like documentaries. I spoke to you earlier in the streams, artisan. Oh, I missed it, Princess. My bad. When I'm cooking, I try not to look right here. I try to look right here. My bad. What's up, Torrance? We honor men in our family. Do you honor men in general? That's the question. Do you honor men in general? It's one thing think of it this way, Princess. If I said I respect the women in my family, what do you think that means for every other woman I run into that are not in my family? What do you think it means? But if I say I respect women, what does that mean to you? Like, oh, that seems like it's a generalized statement for everybody. But women in my family get an extra layer of respect. The other way, saying I respect the women in my family, means the women in my family get that general level of respect, and all the rest of y'all way below that shit. Get it? And yeah, Aquateki, every captain needs an XO. Every captain needs an XO. Every king needs a queen or a second in command or captain of the guard or man at arms, something. Everybody, look, dude, that's just a hierarchical structure. That's just what it is. I use this one all the time. Al Capone was the boss. But who was Frank Nitti? He was the nigga on the side to get shit done for him. That's who he was. Everybody need that second. That's your beta to your alpha. That's the beta's job. To be able to pick up the slack if you fall off. Or take it over if you disappear. I hear man talk about this all the time, and a lot of y'all have seen the show. I've seen a lot of the show now, so I can use this reference. Who was Avon and who was Stringer? What did Stringer do when Avon went to jail? Did he run the shit, or did he just stand there with a thumb up his ass like, It works the same way with women. And I respect the order, men, women, children. That's a good answer, Princessa. That is a good answer. That is a good answer. Because that is supposed to be the hierarchy. But when you put the middle one in charge, the hierarchy shifts because the one that's at the front ends up going behind the children. I just had a conversation about this yesterday about why men in marriages or relationships where they have new children usually end up cheating. And one of the reasons is, especially if it's newborns, is because once the children get there, the man is neglected. The man is neglected, especially if the couple has not had a solidified relationship. And by solidified relationship, I mean they've been together 2 years with each other straight before they start introducing kids into the mix. Because that's another relationship dynamic you have to be ready for. Just like, are we ready to stop fucking on the weekend and just, be everydays? Are you ready to stop being everydays and maybe we staying in the same place together? Are you ready to stop staying in the same place together and just being, a couple? Do you want to actually be married? Do you stop wanting to be just married couple living together? Do you actually want to be parents together now? These are all hierarchies that women ain't got the patience for because they want everything immediately and now. That's why most of these modern relationships can't last more than 3 to 6 months because they're trying to cram 5 to 10 years worth of shit all into 3 months. Quit it. Anything you get like that, this undying devotion and stuff like that from a man, you have to work for. You got to work up to that shit. You got to work up to earning it for him and each man that you decide to run to. You do, because it's not an immediate thing. It may be an immediate thing for a simp, but thankfully, I think they died off. Y'all did too much. What up, Rain Fire? What's good with you? That's not the ones that's there. So if the couple does not have a solidified relationship, once the kids get introduced to a relationship, the man is on the back burner. And a man don't like being on the back burner if his relationship is not solidified with his woman. So what happens? First thing that happens, I'll tell y'all, because I have some experience with this. First things that will happen is she'll stop fucking him, which is, to me, a cardinal sin in a relationship. And if you listen to Dr. T any amount of time, you hear about those statistics on men in sexless relationships or marriages. That is a cardinal sin. Basically, you just broken your marriage contract that way. Because how can you forsake all others for your ass and you ain't even giving them your ass? What is he forsaking it for? After a certain age, it's a requirement. It is. That's just, look, you cut your grass every 2 weeks. You go to the barbershop every 2 weeks. You get your nails done every other week. You go to your doctor. You go to the dentist. You do all of that shit on a regularly scheduled kind of thing that's considered just regular life maintenance, right? Why do you think fucking your significant other is an optional thing? Why do you think that? And that by not doing it, it's still supposed to ensure some kind of fidelity. You're out of your fucking mind. That is not natural. The construct of monogamy is not even natural to human beings. Why the fuck do you think within the construct of monogamy, you can take you having sex with this person out of it and it's still going to function? You're out of your goddamn mind. They're going to get it somewhere else if you ain't going to be the one willing to provide it. They're going to get it somewhere else. Male or female. You can forget that shit. That is not the way the world works. But you can keep playing that dumb game if you want to, and you'll keep winning them dumbass prizes. He fucked around on me, and this is the third dude that's fucked around on me. That's probably the third dude that you thought you was going to starve out by taking a pussy from him. And he proved to you that you ain't got the only stock of vagina in the world. Found somebody else who was willing to throw it open for him. Because I can tell you this also from experience. Women love finding out that a man ain't been getting fucked by his woman that he's devoted to. They love throwing him some pussy. Love it. You know why? Because women like being proven that they better than the other bitch. They love that shit. They get off on it. Oh, she never do this for you? If you feel some kind of way about it, if that hurts your feelings, you feel triggered, it's because it's the truth. This is what doesn't make me fun at parties. You serve the minister. You serve and minister to your husband. Together you raise the kids. My husband is for the lifetime. My children are for the season. Husband is the priority. God damn, Princessa, you ain't married? You ain't married yet? Talking like that? That sounds like it need to be a plaque on the wall in your house. That sounds like it needs to be a plaque on the wall in your house that y'all light a candle for every day. Because thinking like that, you should not be running around here without no husband. I can agree with you there. There might not be a lot of quality dudes out here to take on that role. But you have to understand a lot of these motherfuckers ain't being raised to be that either. So you're gonna have to look. Make yourself available, throw up a flare or something like that, get the smoke signals out. You'll find one of them. They're usually working on their business. So you're gonna have to catch them in the flow. But goddamn. Yeah, I can tell you this is the way. It is. That is the fucking way. Like one way out. One way out. That is the one way out. Right there. Look. Widows that I've seen that have houses and stuff like that and set up and kids grown and stuff like that and the husband long dead. The only reason they got to that point is because they did prioritize their husband. And they respected him even after he was dead. That's why they got all of that shit. You know, the shit that the young bitches think they're supposed to get off top. That's a starter for them. This is your red flag. If you can't give me this, I'm not even trying to be bothered. You a dumb motherfucker. You ain't about to ever get that. That's something you earn, which I know is the E word that a lot of y'all don't understand nowadays. You earn that shit over time, not transactions. I know you can see it on the media. I know Brittany Renner is a thing, but no, it's not how it actually works. That's why she's a single mama too. Big ass and all. You mean trying to control a man by rationing out the cooch is not conductive to a healthy monogamous relationship? Yeah, right. Crazy talk, ain't it, Rainfire? Crazy talk. How is that ever proven to be right? When has it ever been proven to work? Never. That's like a keep a nigga baby. When has that ever been proven to work? Except with them dudes that found out 20 years later that the kid was never his. When does that ever work? Outliers. But they keep doing it. Just like they keep repeating that same color purple bullshit. Like they lived through that. Like that is something that their grandmother, their great grandmother knows was a fact and it was real. Shit wasn't never real. It came from a fucking movie. Came from a movie. And y'all reporting that shit in the 20 odds. Like you lived it. It's an actual lived experience. This is why I say individually I can talk to anybody. Group wise, people are stupid. And I taught that to my kids. And they have yet to report back to me that they haven't seen that to be true for themselves in their own life. And individually, people are smart. In groups, they're dumb as fuck. Sheep looking for a shepherd. Following the lead nose. Have a wonderful, prosperous, productive weekend. Y'all be blessed. Okay, Princessa. Thank you for dropping that in there. I'm serious. You did drop some bars. Shout out to your daddy. Shout out to your dad and shout out to your mom on Mother's Day, because I don't know what your situation is, but I'm thinking that your mother actually worked with your father on that. If that's the message you got from your father, that's to be commended. It is really to be commended. And if you're not married, I hope you find a decent man to be your husband so you can pour that into some other children so that message goes on past your father and you. Because that's the thing that needs to be, that's the idea that needs to be propagated in society, and not this shit, well, I can do it by myself. But yeah, you have a good one, Princessa. And I don't think you a single mother, but happy Mother's Day. If not, if so, and if not, don't worry about it. But like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. So that's the other part to this. That was a good message too. So there are some things that you just have to debunk when understanding all of this stuff. Like I said, I don't hate mothers. I don't. I know every female is not a mother, and every mother is not created equal. There's a lot of them out there. Do I complain about the ills of single mothers? I told y'all that I'm a Gen Xer. And single mothers came in with me. I saw that shit. That was my age group. BGS pointed this shit out the other day talking to Charles about his video, that the greatest explosion in single motherhood was Gen X. It was. I was there. I remember. That's why I told you I don't have the same disposition about single mothers that y'all have nowadays, because damn near every chick I knew was a single mother. When I'm coming up and finally deciding I want to get my shit wet, it was all single mothers. The ones that weren't were few and far between. But you know what they always had in common? Fathers in their life. Always. Always. That's what they always had in common. They had fathers in their life. Or stern ass single mothers. Stern ass single mothers was on that shit about, no, you ain't about to be just over here fucking. Who the hell is you? Because I'll say this. Shout out to RIP to Pat Terry. Pat Terry was a Caucasian woman who had a black man for a husband back in the 70s and had two kids, two mixed daughters. And she raised her daughters. When they got divorced, she raised her daughters by herself. And Pat Terry, when I started dating her fucking daughter, wanted to have a conversation with me to size me up about what I was about. Was I just here for the fuck? What the situation was. Now, mind you, I'm only a teenager, right? And I'm an upper teen. I'm past 15. I'm about 16 or so. But she wanted to know what was going on with her daughter and me, what the situation was. And she lined it out very clearly to me. Now, I have some respect for her because I'm from a single mother, right? My mother is doing it. She ain't the most affectionate motherfucker on the planet. But she was holding it down as far as working and earning and stuff like that. But I don't think all of that was just because for me and my brother. That was for her. Okay? She didn't want to have to be dependent on no fucking man. She didn't. She wasn't raised from that stock. So she was out there trying to get it for her. And by getting it for her, the kids were taken care of. So Pat, I gave some respect to when I talked to her. And she gave me a real straight up, like kind of a man to man talk as a woman. And I'm a teenager. It was interesting. But she let it know what she didn't want happening. She didn't want her daughters pregnant. She didn't. She was doing the same thing with her daughters that I was later doing with my kids, trying to get them through teenage years in their 20s without having any unplanned fucking pregnancies. Her daughters was on birth control. They knew about using it. They knew about use of protection. Those are the ones who was always talking about condoms. If they was going to be having sex. A lot of respect for Pat. For years. Even when I wasn't fucking with her daughter. And I was friends with her older daughter. No worries. She needed help. I was always there to help her ass. But it wasn't no men around either. That was the downside to that shit. But was always respectful. Paid whatever I asked. When it came to doing some work for her, she was always offering, no, I will pay you for this. Real strict on that shit. That's who you had to get through if you was getting any part of her daughters. You had to get through her. And it wasn't no nigga bring your ass in here with your pants and, oh no, she wasn't for that shit. No, this was a woman with some goddamn standards. So there is a difference. And those were the ones that didn't become teenage pregnant moms and shit like that. What Malika say, it became the new normal in our community, in our generation. It was. That's why we talked about this before, Malika. When I look at some of the stuff that goes on out here, I know where it comes from. It comes from Generation X females and their children. BGS was pointing it out because, you know, he was there with Charles and they was talking about this shit and some goofball and on the panel was talking about it was all the boomers' fault. It's like, nigga, you wasn't even there for that. How the fuck do you know? How the fuck do you know? But I can tell you from being there, in the midst of the deluge, trying to swim and keep my head above water with this shit. Gen X chicks was single mothers. Now, where my mother's generation, which could have been a boomer's generation, was thinking that was the way to go, it became a completely different thing when they had kids and their kids decided to just take the baton and just flojo that shit. The next generation after them would be the millennials, their children. My children's age group is the ones that's off the fucking rails. Completely off the goddamn rails. With they Gen X mama still trying to party with them out in the club and pick up on the same niggas. Those are Gen X mamas. They're the ones out here now seeding all this dissent and this distaste for men, this disrespect for men. You 3 G's in on fuck men. 30 years or so? 40 years? 3 generations in now. Now, what are your Gen Zs getting? Because that's where you're at now. Your Z's and your alphas. I think my granddaughter would be an alpha or so. There they go. Yeah, Aquatechy. Yeah, single mothers TNG. Shit. That's the millennial group. Oh, those are also the ones out here talking about happy Mother's Day. Those two. You know, the one with 3 and 4 baby daddies and ain't even 35. Never been married, never want to get married. Twerking on TikTok and Instagram. Mm-hmm. Yeah, them too. Playing Dear Mama like it was a personal love letter to them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't have a problem calling it like it is. It is what the fuck it is. And in that same group of Gen X's, there's a bunch of niggas out there that bitches pregnant. It was. When I tell you about one of the things I hate in men that I saw in this Gen X group, in this millennial group, that it was feminine thinking in a man, was that shit. Oh, she got a good job, man. I'm gonna throw a baby up in her. Nigga, you sound like a whole bitch. What? No, she got a good job. So you're gonna get her pregnant to have a baby? What is that ensuring for you? Nigga, that is backwards thinking. You understand that, right? This is the advent of, I would say, this was the rise of the homosexual. That's what I would say. Because the tectonic shift that happened where there was more women being employed than men put them in a position to where their options was limited. So having a chick that had something, getting a baby in her, meant that she was some way obligated to take care of your grown ass. Or at least you can crash on a couch sometimes. If you hit it, or picked up the kids, or cleaned up a little bit around the house. And that's why you needed 3 or 4 of them bitches around. So you can always bounce to a different single mama house. And that's why they could never have another dude over there that was about something, because your goofy ass would be over there trying to fuck it up. Or just fuck her. What up, Herbs? No worries. Like, we're not handing out demerits or anything like that. Appreciate you. Condolences as well. I hope you and your pops is doing all right today. And your brothers. That shit almost teared me up, nigga. So that's what it was. We got our own fuckery too as men. That's what I told y'all. I don't have a lot of real tight guy friends. Why? Because I don't like a lot of shit the guys do either. I don't. You on that goofy shit, I can't be fucking with you. I ain't got time for that. You into no progress and doing a bunch of fucked up shit that'll have you taking prison time or jail time. Nigga, I got a son I'm trying to raise. I didn't have time for that shit. I had time to be fucking around doing none of that dumb shit with y'all. I'm trying to look after this one so he don't gotta be out here like we out here doing dumb shit. And that is perpetuated throughout life. I do not have time for Negroes doing dumb shit. I don't. I give it no time. I give it no patience. Don't have it. Same way I don't have time for chicks doing dumb shit, because I don't like people doing dumb shit. Males or females. I'm not a fan of fucking ignorance. That is not my thing. That is not how my sexual pickle gets tickled. No. Keeping the Star Trek thing, the homosexual situation is some mirror universe thinking. It is. It is. And that's why when I first encountered that, that's what I thought of it as. Like, you sound like a woman. You sound like a whole fuck. This is a woman's thinking. This is not a thinking that should be in a male. This is woman thinking. But that's what it was. That's where it came from. It came from single mothers feeding that into, or bad single mothers, or whatever the fuck you want to call them. But single mothers implanting that into their sons. And the sons went out there with that mentality that they just bagging chicks so they can have a place to stay. On some female thinking shit. You know, like a keep a nigga baby. Well, there you go. You got that in a male, and that's what he out there, you know, fornicating and screwing around to keep a bitch baby. The homosexual and the serial baby daddies was a definitive product of the 80s and the 90s. Baby mamas and single mothers epidemic. Yeah, I would primarily say it was the 90s. I primarily say it was the 90s. Because you remember, Malika, how much in the 90s, how much they were really trying to propagandize us to wearing condoms, not having teenage motherhood, not having teenage pregnancies, but also all this sex shit. Yeah, wear your protection, watch out for AIDS, and don't have no babies. But we got this real sex. We got these taxi cab confessions. We got these girls gone wild. We got all these videos. There's sex out here to be had. Let's just do it. Mixed messages. Mixed fucking messages the whole time. Strip it is how you can get your money up, girl. And then you wonder why by the time you get to millennials, there's a such thing as an insta thought. My daughter had to explain to me what the fuck thought meant. A millennial. The hell does that mean? Oh, that hoe on the internet. What the fuck? Who the fuck you calling a hoe? The hell you know about that? Baby girl, we gotta talk. We gotta talk. Daddy need to talk to you. What the fuck you know about that shit? She go to school with other girls. Think other girls talk about other bitches. That's where their insecurities come from. It ain't about what men say because they don't care. It's about what other women say. That's what they care about. So, excuse me, old man pains. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. If there's any females I know in my life that I'm actually dealing with, you feel some kind of way about this, look. Told y'all before, this is me. I'm going to be me regardless. You don't have to like it. You might not even have to accept it. But you have to understand this is my view of the world that I have seen and that I have experienced. It is not your experience. So if it doesn't make you feel warm and fuzzy on the inside, it's not supposed to. It's not. It's not personal to you. But it is my lived experience, and you can't take that away from me. You cannot take away my assessment of what I have lived through and experienced either. Don't mean anything towards you, but this is the world that I see, that I've lived through, and how I process the information that I have. You may not have ever thought about this shit, but I think about it a lot because I fucks with women. So I have no choice but to understand what the hell is going on with y'all. I didn't realize I didn't turn on my fucking... I didn't turn on my light. There we go. Baby, I like it raw. Baby, I like it raw. Say no to sex before marriage, but let's see the 2 Live Crew video and watch 9.5 weeks. Exactly, Malika. Exactly. I love 9.5 weeks too. Kim Basinger, Mickey Rourke. Think they was doing it with a condom? Oh no, nigga. Oh no. He had her with a whole nother woman and everything. 9.5 weeks. Wild Orchid. What's the lover? Marguerite Beside. Come on, man. Lady Chatterley's love. Come on, man. Come on. Really? I mean, for real. I didn't even know people had a proclivity. Women got off on putting metal tool between their legs until I was watching Real Sex on HBO. Red Shoe Diaries and shit like that. Nigga, this is titillation for fucking women. This is what Gen Xers grew up on. That's how we learned about all this shit. You got TLC talking about being not too proud to beg for what? For dick. And part of their marketing campaign was wearing condoms all over themselves so they can get dick without getting pregnant or AIDS. Why do you think my mentality is you can play, just play safe? Just play safe. Think about yourself and someone else. Yeah, Dalton was hitting the Raw and Roller House right outside in front of everybody. And what was Steve doing? Banging this young chick out in the fucking stock room in the club. It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. So she can get it, her and her friend can get in free. You could say Steve was a scumbag, but that young bitch wanted to fuck him and let him fuck her. And it's just a movie, but if he saw her pregnant 9 months later, would you think she was a hell of a mama? Just saying. Yeah, that wasn't a thing. Our generation, Gen X generation, came in with that shit. They picked up the banner and ran with that bitch. They made it standard. The millennials were the ones that kind of dropped it a little bit, but they got more raunch. They dropped it a little bit, but then got more on the other side. Because like Malika's talking about 2 Live Crew, I can see that parents groups from they're actually right. They were actually right. You didn't want to hear that shit at the time. You just want to listen to, hey, Boudet, Hancock, what you like, fellas? Yeah, we wanted to hear that shit. But when they were talking about it leads to the degradation of our society and that it will just keep coursing and getting worse. Look, I don't even know if it's Megan Thee Stallion or Nicki or who the fuck it was. I heard a song that was worse than any 2 Live Crew song I ever heard. And as a grown, damn near 50-year-old man, I was like, God dang, really? This is popular music now? And what she was saying, something about eating ass and some other stuff. I said, does this play on the radio? Oh my God, brother. What? What? This is a hit? That's too far. That's way too fucking far. That's some shit you shouldn't even know about unless you was there in the room. That's a bit far. So they was right. It does lead to the degradation of society. It does get worse because you keep having to amp it up and go further and further. Malika, you can sing it with me. 2 inches or y'all rock hard if it's sagging. She ain't too proud to beg. And the single mamas too. Yeah, because they wasn't singing about being married, was they? They was just talking about fucking. Oh God, and left idea. So you can't see if she was gonna break the tradition of the other two. Oh, bitch. And I should clarify this just because I'm laughing about T-Bots and chili ass. To me, there's a difference between a single mother and a woman who is divorced. There's a big difference. A woman who was married and had children while she was married and then became divorced is a different thing. I don't see that as a single mother. That's a divorcee. Okay? A single mother, by my definition, is a woman who was never married, never had any plans of being married, and just decided to have a baby and does not want the man. Those are single mothers. Proudly that. Because at a point, it became trendy. That was how you proved your womanhood. Just to have a baby. I don't need the man. I can do it by myself. I'm a strong, independent woman. Yeah. That's why you needed the baby to get the house. Then the extra income. Yeah, whatever the fuck. If that's what you think makes you strong, knock yourself out. Sprinkle in general access to the internet beginning in the early 90s and all bets are off. Exactly, Aquatechy, because as you know, I'm fond for this stuff. I tell y'all, any phenomenon you see in society, wait 5 to 10 years, there will be studies out on it. You can research this shit because somebody gonna do the research. Any good scientist is gonna say, why does that happen? I'm curious. Let's start compiling some data and doing some studies and figuring this shit out. 10 years time, there'll be research on it. The internet, for what it has done to relationships, is all proven now. People were going through it and saying, no, it's probably because of this. It's probably because of that. And people, nah, that's not because of that. You just being insensitive. Well, all the data is in now. Has the internet improved relationships amongst people? No, nigga. It has broken up more families than anything. Putting these bitches back in connection with people they should have been long gone out of their life. And they never fully got over because we already know they don't get fucking therapy. So they can't resist jumping on that old dick again. Especially if he slide into their little inboxes. Hey, oh, you're looking great. Yeah, I saw you with that dude. How's it going? Oh, you've been married 7 years? Oh, really? Let's just meet and have lunch sometime. Catch up on old times. And he ain't got none of the expectations of you being good mommy and shit like that. Just making his dinner, maybe washing the clothes and folding his holy underwear. Maybe he don't have those expectations. But you always liked him and he keep himself in shape and shit like that. And you just want to be dirty for him. You just want to be dirty. Taking his whole man load in your mouth. You just want to be a hoe for him. Yeah. Studies prove that shit too. ODB was living that ish, 13 children, graping but hitting it raw and getting burned twice. Look, you can look at ODB for being what he was, but what I look at is how many women let him do that shit raw. How many? How many? Look, Rainfire, you've been a dude your whole life, right? You have to say this shit now because people jumping the fence different ways, right? You've been a dude your whole life. If you had to be a woman for a year and you still had to have your same sexual urges and all the rest of that shit, would you ever let a motherfucker like ODB run up in you raw? No, and there's a bunch of other babies out there. Would you ever let that shit happen? Told y'all, if I was a woman, I'd be wearing a whole hazmat suit with niggas. I'd seem like a whole bitch because there would be very few people getting in this box. Very fucking few. Because the barriers to entry would be fucking high. Not just, I was just feeling horny this day. Period was coming. Period was just over. No, nigga. No. Look at Malika. Hell no. Yeah, it wouldn't be. We know dudes. We know dudes. You know right now, as pro-male as you could be, you know right fucking now, there's a dude that you know is a friend of yours you've known for years. You wouldn't want him fucking with your sister. You wouldn't want him fucking with one of your female family members, ever. If you found out, you'd be looking at his ass like Tony Montana with Manolo. And nigga, what the fuck you doing? Nigga, I'm gonna shoot you in your goddamn stomach. Not my sister. No, you know that. You know that. As a man, you wouldn't allow that shit. Now I think if you was a fucking female, no goddamn way. I don't give a fuck what the hell he said. What kind of car he was driving, how fly his clothes were, how good his perfume smelled. No, nigga, never. I can see it in your eyes. You ain't about shit. Mm-mm. How many baby mamas you got? Oh, hell no. No, nigga. No, no. I'm not trying to be the next one. No. Uh-uh. Keep your gifts. Keep that shit. I'm good. Problem is, though, I don't have that chip in me that thinks I'm about to change motherfuckers. Every one of those situations that people can point at ODB, just like people point at Future, like Future fucked up. He got a bunch of baby mamas. Every one of those situations is another grown ass adult on the other side of it saying, yeah, Future got a bunch of baby mamas, but I'm gonna let him hit me raw too. Because he got money. Fuck you. Look, man, I look at ODB like I look at DMX. These brothers had a rough childhood. And one of the ways they found to combat their childhood and that pain that they felt was sex. Sex became their drug of choice, among others. And one of the ways they fought that and tried to be close with women was fucking them raw and having babies. Now, to DMX's credit, he tried to give a lot to those kids. He was going broke doing that shit. As far as I know, ODB was too. But y'all watch the Wu-Tang story, right? What was ODB's childhood like? Brothers that come through that kind of shit usually want children. And they want children to have a better life than they had. And that's how they feel. They try to fill that hole of a lack of fucking mothering. Of fucking chicks. It's fucked up in a way. It's dysfunctional in a way. But that's what it is. It's trying to get that closeness from a woman. And that's why you're always in there raw. I know that from experience. Unfortunately, how much money you have and how much money women think they will get from you if they have your kids are not realistic, especially if you're famous. Rainfire, are we talking about women here? Hello? It's never realistic. Never. That's why the 13th baby mama was no different than the second baby mama. She thought she was going to be the one to change it. She was going to cut all the rest of them bitches out of her pocket. And just as mad as all the rest of them. I said this to a female friend of mine, pretty ass girl from San Francisco. And she was the third baby mama to a dude that had two already. He already had like 3 or 4 kids. And then she is pregnant and telling me this shit and talking with me about it. And I asked her, what did you think he was giving him that he didn't already have? I mean, really, what? He already got 2 baby mamas and 3 to 4 kids. What did you think you getting pregnant was going to give him that he didn't have? Nothing. There was nothing. There was no reason. The only reason any of these bitches wanted to be his baby mama because they thought he had some money because he was a ball. He was a dealer. So it looked like he had some money. And where is she now? Still raising that kid by herself. All these decades later. Still bitching about the same shit. My nigga ain't about shit. He ain't got nothing. Did you think he was going to have anything for your kid? Psst, sound dumb as fuck. You might as well stop making that complaint. You made that choice. Oh, I read that one. That's all it was. Nothing different. Everything the same. She just wanted to join the chorus to be able to sing, He ain't shit. No, he ain't shit. That's why I don't like self-imposed ignorance. Because you do shit like that, and you want to blame somebody else for what you chose to do yourself. I was just young. No. You were an adult. You were past the age of 21, being a legal adult. Which means you chose all of this shit. Well, I didn't know. I don't know of a woman who doesn't really know when a dude got another chick. Never. Even if they just kind of smell it on you like, this nigga get a lot of pussy. I don't know of one. Because we already know women look for confirmation bias. And usually the dudes they only want to fuck with is the ones that got that smell of another woman on them. If other women ain't attracted to him, you don't even want to fuck his ass. Because I don't see the elephant man getting a bunch of pussy. I don't. I don't see nerds getting a bunch of cooch. Not even from other nerd chicks. He ain't got no experience. He like one of them American Pie motherfuckers. Not one. But let you see that dude out somewhere with another chick. Let you see other chicks responding to him in a positive way. You'll be trying to throw him cooch like a bear trap. Throwing out the fishing net. Come here, boy. Find out he got $3 more than any other dude around you. Yeah, spring load. Hey, how you doing? Ooh. You work out? Come on, man. Don't be acting like I was born yesterday. Pedal that shit if you want to. I'm not buying. Not buying at all. So this is my Mother's Day conversation. This is my Mother's Day cookout. And like I told you, I hate mothers. I don't hate mothers. I don't. But if you feel some kind of way about it, because it's probably true. What am I like to say? We are definitely in the twilight zone because in today's mindset, it's a badge of honor to be a single mother, but it's a cardinal sin to be a wife and a mother. Exactly. This is definitely through the looking glass time. Yeah, straight up twilight zone. Like, how does that make sense? It's wrong to be a mother and a wife and a homemaker. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. That's actually the pinnacle of that shit. And you're treating it like the bottom. They'll tell y'all anything. They'll tell y'all women anything. The problem is y'all believe that shit too. That's the problem. It's not about what they tell you. But that's like I was saying earlier. Women believe all that shit people tell them. Men don't, because we question. We ask why. We expect the bullshit. Because those actions, like Malika is lining out here, those actions, you can see how it's turning out. There ain't a bunch of you chicks winning doing this shit that way. But the women who wanted to be wives and mothers and, supportive helpmeets and get married and shit like that, oh yeah, they win. They're actually winning. You were actually losing. Trying to do the work of two people by yourself. And if Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to him, proved anything from doing his show every fucking night for 3 years, he proved that shit every time. Y'all losing doing that shit. That's why you're still looking for a baller. Because you still got that teenage girl mindset. that you can do it. It's a badge of honor to be a single mama. No, it's not, nigga. It's not. If it's a badge of honor, why is it not a badge of honor to be a single father? Why does that met with such, like it's heresy to say respect the single fathers who got the kids from their mamas? Y'all see that it's like something went wrong. Oh, the man has the kid? Yes. Yes, the man has the child. What's wrong with that? He can't be just as good as her? I'm sorry, I don't see how a woman working 40 hours or more every 2 weeks is beneficial to raising a child by herself. I don't see how that's beneficial. Especially if she don't work from home. How? I mean, your child is spending a lot of time at babysitters. They're getting a lot of teaching from some other woman. And not a lot from you. To sit there and still be guilty of the same shit you complain men wasn't doing back in the day. Spending effective time with their children. Being too consumed with work and not enough on the kids and the family. Just like I told you, Jordans is just tennis shoes with a name brand on it. Don't mean shit in that kid's head. Just meant you had $150 to throw away on some fucking tennis shoes that the kid is going to fuck up within 15 minutes of going outside with them on. I mean, you make bad choices, and I saw that by the single motherhood. What did no one say? Flipping birds and burgers over here. Yeah, so since no one came in here, I'm going to get to the other part of this so I can keep the stream down to maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, and then get this one edited and put back up. Because the last one I could not edit, and I caught a whole demonetized because it was 6 hours, and I couldn't. YouTube doesn't let you edit videos over a certain amount of time. So I couldn't cut out the songs. So they just demonetized the motherfucker. And it looked like shit too. So I'm stuck with that. Don't like that. So to no one, since we got the smart motherfucker in the building today. So no one guessed what I was talking about last week with my MOTY stream. And that's a transition to some more of this Mother's Day shit. Every time I hear a woman say her boyfriend said he's going to get her pregnant while they are smashing, I think they're still smashing if you don't want a kid. I think, why are y'all still smashing if you don't want a kid? Yeah, because I think that's bullshit. It's bullshit. When I hear a woman say that shit, oh, he told me he wanted to have a baby. I say, you're a goddamn lie. You're a motherfucking lie. There's no man saying he want to have a baby with you if he ain't married to you already. If he's saying that shit while he fucking you, he's just saying that for you to open up so he can get deeper in them guts. You want that baby. You heard that shit in your head. He didn't say that shit. There ain't a man walking around today saying that shit. I got kids. And even the chick even the women that I got pregnant, when I busted in them and got them pregnant, I wasn't saying, I want you to have my baby. That's a woman's line. You realize that, right? Women say that shit. I want to have your baby. His dick look like it smell good. That's women shit to say. That's not man shit to say. Men don't say that. And if you are fucking a dude, if you're a female and you fucking a dude who's saying that shit, you need to be very suspect. You need to shut off the water all of a sudden and close your legs. Like, what? You ain't put a ring on this finger? No, we just, having a little fun time. No, I'm not trying to be pregnant. And why do I got you going up in me raw if I don't want to be pregnant? And not using no kind of birth control? Yeah, it sounds like the factory open for production. Uh-uh. Allowing who fall for that are self-centered, so they don't think of anyone outside of themselves. No, they don't. That's the hallmark of narcissism. You know that shit they always try to put on men that actually have some sense of value in themselves and won't let some women tell them that they're not valuable. Y'all are narcissists. No, we're not. It's called confidence. Get some. You'll understand it. Yeah, keyword. Men don't say that shit. No. I've never said that shit. Never, ever. I didn't say that shit to the two women I got pregnant that gave me my son and my daughter. I didn't say that shit to them. I didn't say that shit the whole time I was married with my ex-wifey. And we fucked a lot. Like 4 times a week. Because I wanted that shit. I never said that shit to her. Never. Raw, shooting up the club every time. Every fucking time. Never said that shit. Never crossed my lips. Never was in my mind like that. That is not a man shit to say. That's women shit to say. That's what one of them scenarios they tell themselves in their head, like, oh, I want to have this baby. He got that good hair, them light eyes. Oh, I just want to have his baby. No. Wipe that shit from your mind. Anytime you hear some shit like that, you know the bitch lying. You're going to have to point that nigga out. We're going to have to ask him face to face. You said you told her that you want to have a baby with her? Look me in the eyes and tell me that, Negro. For real. Really? No, bro. No. I've been alive too long to believe that dumb shit. Even if I was born yesterday, I stayed awake all night. No way. Say that shit if you want to. Tell that to somebody who will believe it. I don't. I do not. No. When a woman used to say I was dreaming about a red baby with good hair, or you don't have to pull out, my mind goes to the emergency exit that's marked here and here. It's a nice knowing you. Yes, you should. No, I had a chick after I got divorced, dude. One of the chicks I was with, and I got love for her, right? One of the chicks I was with, that's what she wanted. At this point, she's a divorced mother of 2. Divorced mother of 2. What did she want? What did she say? Every time in my fucking ear. I want you to finish inside. Finish inside. What? Don't you got 2 kids? This is a Latina with 2 mixed kids by a brother who she kind of talks shit about. No, I'm not. No, that was 2 red flags. Like World War II battleship red flags. Like, nigga, they coming. Bomb and run. No. That's an immediate soft note. Like, ooh, I think I should go. Boss, why are we here? I think we need to pull out. Retreat. Fighting retreat. Even when trying to have a baby, men don't say that shit. Exactly. I say that from being married. I've been fucking balls deep in ex-wifey. I was never saying that shit. Might have thought it, but the thought was, I don't give a fuck. We have another one. I don't give a fuck. But I'm not, I want you to have, no, nigga, never. Not even manly. Sorry. I'm not the arbiter of what is manly, but it don't sound, running through my masculine filter, it don't even sound manly. Does it? It does not compute as a manly thought process. Now, I could be wrong. It could be. But I could also be right as fuck. So you take it how you want to. I ain't never said that shit. And I wouldn't ever say it. I don't think I'd say that shit on my deathbed with a young chick. Men don't have the same connection to kids like that. We don't. Men's connection to kids is legacy, what lives on past me. Women's connection to kids is, oh, I got a piece of that man. Had his baby, I now have a piece of him. You don't think so? All right. Name a chick besides Jada who wouldn't want to have Will Smith's baby. Or Boris Kojo, any of these pretty ass dudes that women fucking fall all over and gush for. Who don't want to have, what chick don't want to have Chris Brown little light-skinned baby? Fuck Nick Cannon's baby. He can't stop finding chicks that he want to just take all of this, give you my essence. Fuck it. The fuck out of here. Here's a new phrase to be careful of. SSE, sexual and seed entitlement. It's when a delusional and trifling man / woman expect sex unprotected in a child. Run from these sickos. Yeah, you should. You should. I would say run from entitled women, period. You don't even have to run. Just don't fuck with them. Just don't fuck with them. It's very simple. Young or old men in your dating pool, don't mess with entitled women. You shouldn't. Understand that's a defective woman. It's a defective woman and it's a defective male. You're going to have problems that you don't want to have. You are going to have problems you do not want to have. And that will change your whole worldview. Your paradigm will not only shift, it will be completely reset. Completely. I'm telling you from experience, don't do that shit. I may appreciate who I am now, but I didn't appreciate that shit at the time because there's some shit about myself I can never get back. Never. And I might want it back. Can't. It's never coming back. In some ways, knowledge is a burden because you can't have the naivete of, oh, things will be all positive. No. They ain't never coming back. Unfortunately, I have some dudes, Rainfire said, unfortunately, I have some dudes who have said that. One of them even said he would have her baby if he... One of them even said he would have her baby if he could. Of course, one of his side chicks used to punch him in the face.
Oh, grow up! Grow up! Grow up!
How old are you, Rainfire? I just need to know. How old are you? Because I'm trying to get a gauge on this motherfucker that said that shit to you. It's not against you. It's against him. Because, You need to disassociate yourself from that motherfucker. If you want to talk about the feminization of American males or Western males, that's it. That shit is disheartening as fuck. I'm serious. That is disheartening as fuck. Oh my God, dude. Y'all know I'm a big fan of Selma Hayek. I've never thought about I'd have her baby for her. That is not even a masculine thought. I'd have her baby if I could. What? No. You need to know some different people. That motherfucker need to be disassociated with. I'm serious. That's some dangerous fucking shit to have around you. If you ain't trying to, had the kid gloves and got that motherfucker somewhere different, that's some dangerous shit to have around you. I remember a time when I was having a teenage pregnancy or a pregnancy before a college degree or technical proficiency was a death sentence. It was. It was. Only reason it's not for women nowadays because they give them so many incentives on that shit. The same chicks I went to college with, two of them, one had a husband, but she was trifling. The other one was a single mother and trying to be a boss bitch. She cute and everything else, pretty as hell. She still ain't married. Still ain't married. The other one, I don't know what happened to her. Those were the two that was getting school paid for. Getting school really paid for them. I don't even think they both got their degrees. I got mine. Why? Because I'm not looking for my pussy to satisfy all my needs in life. Because I don't have a pussy. It's not going to take care of me. I don't have that entitled expectation that no matter how much money I make, Ebony K. Williams, some man is supposed to come along and take care of me and provide. I don't have that. That's why if I met a chick who was a garbage man, a garbage person, because I've seen a fine one at the dump. I have. Fine ass Latina sitting in the booth at the dump, which technically makes her a garbage person. But you know what she making sitting there at that garbage dump? Fucking union wage is probably $50 an hour. She got a good goddamn job, sitting there with her nails done and her hair done, with a mask on, smiling with the pretty light eyes and the good hair, letting motherfuckers go dump their trash. Cash and sanitation checks. She could still get a dude. And nobody would give a fuck that she worked at the sanitation department. Or a bus company. Stupid asses. Just because you are rich, famous, and can afford a lot of children does not mean you have to be trifling ass fool and have multitude of baby mamas and children. No, it does not, Malika. I agree. It means you should be more responsible, not less. But new money. New money. What do they say about a fool and his money? What do you know about most people who get rich all of a sudden, like hitting the lottery? What happens? They end up broke, right? That's one of the ways to end up broke. A lot of bitches taking your ass to child support court. Having unprotected sex isn't worth the risk. You mess up your whole line of individuals and their futures. Well, here's the thing, Aria, I would say this. Unprotected sex is a risk. But you don't have to be stupid about it. Sex is for procreation and pleasure, in that order. If you're not doing a procreation game, you should probably be doing it protected. If you are under a certain age. Because over a certain age doesn't actually matter, because nobody is trying to go backwards. If you meet a 40-something-year-old chick and she's trying to get pregnant, you do need to not be fucking with her. You do. But by 40-something years old, she ain't already had her babies and shit like that and had her husband and all the rest of that shit. It's all fun after that. She probably got the tubes tied and everything else. Maybe a dude, if he felt like it, he got his vasectomy and shit like that. So he could shoot up the club every night and wait for a bitch to tell him a lie that, oh, she pregnant. Like, yeah, really? Really? I think it's your baby. Really? You think it's mine? Not a chance in hell. You a lying bitch. I'm done fucking with you. And mind you, I told that to a chick too. Life experience. And she was upset. Why would you do that? Because that's my seeds. You an Easter basket with no eggs in it. I'm the one that got the valuable part. So there ain't a way. You just prove you was a lying ass bitch. You would. That's all you would prove to me. Because there ain't no way you'd be pregnant by me. It's all short-term pleasure because it's sex. It's short-term pleasure. That's why you have to do it so often. What Malika said, you definitely disassociate yourself from that dude. Yeah, that's some intellect you do. That's some sentiments you don't want infecting you or anybody around you. I'm sorry, I don't know who the fuck it is, but look, if you can't retrain that motherfucker like Daffy Duck pulling Elmer Fudd aside and saying "Mo briefing," look, you gotta disassociate yourself. Fuck no, you don't need that shit spreading. I'm 48. No, this was 20 years ago. He was just my friend, a coworker. And where he at now? And where's he at now? I'm curious to know. How many baby mamas he got? I'm just curious. Seeing how what 20 years has done for his ass. You know, times are hard. I've seen BWs hauling trash on the back of dump trucks in a hijab. Yeah, times is hard. I've seen people crawling out of the woodwork with the Hey Big Head, Texas. Or really just out here trying to land somebody. Yeah. Getting squeezed. I got a friend right now. I'm worried, severely concerned about her ass and her mental state because it's hard and it's crushing her ass right now. It is crushing her ass right now because she, as Kendra, as the Crimson Cure would say, she is uncovered. She is uncovered out there in the wilderness, and the weight is coming down on her fucking head, and her shoulders can't bear it. Like I told the young chick, why are women's hips big and men's shoulders broad? Because shoulders are meant to carry weight. Hips aren't. Yeah, I've seen a lot of them getting just punished with that shit. And how you notice is you keep hearing them talk about money more and not having enough. That's the tell. And a lot of them was supposed to be strong and independent. See how fake their strength is? How fragile it is? Because it ain't built on shit but entitlement. It's not. And when that shit start drying up, so does their fucking strength. I think Ilyana said it best when she asked Ebony Kate Williams about how many of these modern women could actually survive without none of this shit. That all of this financial or superficial stuff is falling down, and how many of them can survive without it. Would be any good without it. And like, saw Ebony's face sitting up there blank faced as fuck. Why? Because all of their so-called strength is based on the structure, providing all this leverage and strength to them. And when the structure is broken, it can't provide that strength to you anymore. You're going to have to stand on your own. And what you're seeing is that they can't. They've had crutches for a long time. And the crutches is being kicked out. And now they got the shaky leg. Fake strength. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I don't think I got any more donations. Y'all listening, but do not support what I'm saying. That's okay. It's okay. Oh, wait. Not bad. Not bad. My bad. There's 2 people in here. Shout out to the No One. Smart motherfucker. And the Joe Herb. Appreciate you, Herbert. Stay all day. And Studio, shout out to Studio. As well, about 3 hours in, I did 2 hours and 30 minutes in. I never gave these people their salutes. So let me go ahead and give these people their salutes real quick so you don't think I'm being an asshole about it, but I was on a cook and I wanted to keep going and not get sidetracked with that. So first one, well, not me. First one goes out to Aquatechie for being the first one to donate in the stream today. Appreciate you, Aquatechie. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Next one goes out to No One. Appreciate you, No One, on the Cash App side for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Shout out to my Division Fire Squad teammate, BMT. Appreciate you, BMT, for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Another one on the super chat side. I had a brain fart. Super chat side. Shout out to Aaron Peterson. Appreciate you, Aaron. Say a salute to the fam. I will give you that 3B salute. Salute back at you. Next one goes out to Joe Herb. Appreciate your Herbert stay all day. I will give you double that. Appreciate you.
Money for the crowd, double that. Fat, double that. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Next one goes out to Studio. Appreciate you donating to the stream. I will give you, on the Cash App side, I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate you, UYP Studio. solid thing. Next one goes out to this brother, you know it, the no one, the package man, coming through again, dropping on the stream for the double up. Appreciate you, no one. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
Next one goes out to King Parrish of the Beano Nation. Appreciate you, King. He said, I got 5 on it. Good. I'm from Cali. We like folks having 5 on it. You put something on this grill so you get some of the vittles. You ain't putting nothing on it, you can't get nothing. Just what it is. So appreciate you, King. I will give you that 3B salute. All right, I think I took care of everybody. Still need 3 people on the super chat side, which is for the algorithm, and 4 people on the Cash App side, which is for the content creator. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The banner across the bottom of the screen is for you, not me. So, if you support the content, you like the show, definitely drop something in the cup. The stream does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. So donate during the stream. Rainfire said, dude might not be alive. His whole family was the original love and hip hop. Oh my fucking God. Wife probably stabbed him over 20 to 30 chicks a year, being half Native American in MS. What is it, Montana? Minnesota? No, Montana, I think it is. And the 90s had perks. Jesus Christ. He was trying to make the whole tribe, the nation again. He was trying to make the nation strong again. Half Native American side. Holy shit. Look, I might got a part of Native American in me, but I'm not trying to make a whole tribe. I'm just not. That's too much of a headache. I'm too happy with being, free with the 2 I have to start going backwards. That's why at this age, if I was running into a chick that was wanting to have more baby, that's the immediate stop sign. Like, no. Told y'all before. Arya got jokes. That's not what I told y'all before, but Arya got jokes like make natives great again. Eat that NAGA hat. Eat that NAGA hat. Make natives great again. Yeah, bring back the Native Americans. Make the tribe strong. Oh fuck, Arya. That made me laugh. Anyway, what was I saying? You just threw me off with that shit. No one had it right last week with what the old Man of the Year thing was. That's what MOTY means, Man of the Year. And that's why I played that song at the beginning. 1, because I was feeling it. And 2, it kind of works. So all the songs I played this morning kind of work with a general theme if you are one of those people who actually listen to lyrics and songs and not just beats. Like, oh, it just sounds catchy. No, I look for meaning in everything, songs included. And what I was kind of happy about when I was waiting for the other shoe to drop was something that no one guessed right off the bat when I was talking, because we kind of gave it away, is that I got a letter this week on Wednesday that I was not expecting. I came home from working on call and the letter was here. I opened the letter and I had some interesting news. So I can read this shit to you and it'll be kind of entertaining. So the letter states, according to our records, your support obligation are paid in full, or you have remitted monies on a closed case. The payment you have made is being refunded to you. Do not send further payments. And that envelope was a check made out to my person from a government agency in the amount of $15.10. Telling me don't send any more money. Meaning that my support payments for my son are done. Done. Now, mind you, I've told you guys before that my son is 30 years old this year. See how they stretch that shit out. Okay? Do the math. There wasn't a child support case brought against me for my son until my son was about 5 going on 6. Why? Well, if I told you that my daughter and my son are 6 years apart, would you understand what was happening? You think I was just ducking paying anything for my son for 5 fucking years? No. No, I wasn't. And I had a little $9.80 an hour job, and I was still paying money for my son every 2 weeks. About $200 and something every 2 weeks to his mother from the time he was born up until I got some court papers in the mail on the very day I brought my daughter home from the hospital. That's right, my nigga. The day my daughter was born, we came home that night, that next morning. We came home that next morning, afternoon. There was court papers in my mailbox for child support. That day. Now, here's the irony of it. The irony of it is that when I got this letter here about a refund and that your support order is done and don't send us no more fucking money, it came on my daughter's birthday. Came on my daughter's birthday, 24th birthday. Irony, right? Which is 5/10. Now, the further irony of this, if you want to get into the whole numerology of this fucking thing, the amount on this check is 1510. 5/10. It showed up on 5/10. My daughter's birthday is 5/10. And the same day I got an order saying we're going to start taking money out your fucking account for this shit. Tied to your social security number, we're going to start taking money. 24 years later, same thing happens. But now they're saying, you done. Don't send us nothing else. How's that for fucking irony? How's that for irony? Aquatech is saying better than a tax refund. It is. I said I was going to frame the shit. Not because I want the money, not because I need it. Just to say, damn, I don't believe this is legitimate. Nickel? I don't know. Y'all might be bullshit. Now, the extra funny part that goes on top of this, Freedom Papers, the travel plans, thought you were going to Zoom to Thailand. I've already Zoomed to Thailand. My ex-wife is Thai. Born and raised in Satahip, Thailand. She was born in Thailand, raised in America. I've been to Thailand, nigga. I know the flavor, the smell, and the taste. Shouldn't have said that shit. Thailand, the country, I'll visit it sometime or another. But that ain't the first spot. That ain't the first place on my list. My old ex-mother-in-law told me a long time ago she didn't want me to go to Thailand because she said they'd take me back in their heels and try to have me having a whole village. Sounds entertaining, but I don't want them kind of problems nowadays. Now, the second part to this, when I opened this letter after I got home, I'm like, damn, this can't be true. I'm eating my little Panda Express and whatnot. And then I open my fortune cookie. And I'm sitting here going over this stuff, out loud talking to some folks about, damn, I can't believe this is really happening. What the fuck? This can't be real. I had just talked about this a week before about certain amount of things financially that are falling off this year, that are going away this year. This was one of them. Couldn't believe it. Then I opened my fortune cookie. What did my fortune say? I'll show this to y'all. This is after I opened that. No, let's see if it focuses. Let's see if it focuses. Come on, you dumb fuck. Maybe it needs some black background. Maybe it needs the black background. Will it focus? No. It's not going to focus. Anyway, fortune says that I opened up on, because I labeled it 510. Financial success is inevitable in your future. That shit was hilarious. I opened that up right after I opened this letter from the institution telling me you paid in full, don't send us no more money. That was hilarious. Because yes, indeed, apparently, financial success is inevitable after this shit. Definitely, she made Thailand sound like deaf to the snoot. What she made it sound like is that I would be a catch in Thailand. And if I went to Thailand, even when I was married to her daughter at the time, if I went to Thailand, they'd be trying to take me up in the hills and marry me off to one of those fucking women over there. Because if you know anything about third world countries, they're trying to get the fuck out of there. And women don't really have no value there unless they get married and get the fuck out of there. That's what she meant. That's how she got here. That's why they brought my ex-wife here as a child, to give her a future other than turning tricks or being sold off into child slavery or some shit. Because when they went to get her ass, the babysitter was taking her to sell her ass. So you were right, Nolan. That's what it was. My child support obligation was paid off. And when I say 24 years, I only say it was 24 years because I mark it by my daughter, not my son. Even though it's for my son, I don't mark it by my son. Because by the time he hit 18, 17, and it was supposed to be dying off, 18, you done. I ended up finding out on the tail end what his mother had actually been doing. What his mother had actually been doing was she was getting services from a separate county while claiming I was not giving her any money. This is 13 years later. And because of that, when it was supposed to be cut off, and she had got the case successfully, I challenged it in court, but she was successful in getting the case moved to a different county. The old county came after me for all the money that they had given her. And I had to pay that shit back. And that stretched it out for another bunch of years. So when I tell you guys, when I get all in triggered about people talking about child support and shit like that and how men just need to be on it and it's not like that, that's not how it works, and I get pissy and telling people you don't know what the fuck you talking about, I really mean that shit. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. I know very clearly how that shit is calculated and how it fucking works. It's extortion. It is punishment money. It is a way to financially cripple a man because he don't want to be with that woman. And I will also say, and I've been saying this recently a lot more, there ain't no deadbeats on child support. I don't believe it. You know why? Because I don't know near bitch who would take a man to child support if they didn't think he had 2 pennies to rub together. She'd never show up there. Never. Because your homosexuals never end up on child support. Never. Is Future on child support? Was ODB on child support? Was DMX on child support? Never. They actually had money, nigga. Y'all keep talking about Thailand. Y'all gonna make me want some spicy beef noodle bowl tomorrow. Pho is undefeated. Pho is Korean. Pho is Korean. Pad Thai, Tom Kha, Tom Yum, that stuff, that's Thailand. That's Thai. And Thai dish with beef would be beef salad. Spicy beef salad. That shit is delicious. Go to a Thai place with Thai people working in it, not Mexicans. They'll hook you up. What up, Ray? Been here for 25 minutes or so. Okay, well, ain't got no booby prizes for 30 minutes. What no one say? Like I said, Dr. T laid it out, the story for Gen X and late boomers with the child. Yeah. What up, Dr. T? He said, God damn, fam, I've been talking about litigation abuse. It is litigation abuse. It is. I've told you that before. I've been very clear about this the whole time. If I ever had any political aspirations or ideas of running for any politics, my platform would be child support reform. I've been saying that for years, for fucking decades at this point. That's what I would run on, child support reform. Why? I think the women who get it need to be taxed on that shit. I think the men who pay it need to have tax breaks for that shit. Because it is extortion. It is legalized fucking extortion that can be pulled multiple times on any fucking dude. Any dude. Now, just to show you how funny this shit is, this notice with a check is dated May 5th. Showed up to me on the 10th. Why on May 12th did I get a separate notice from the same department dated May 3rd about reading like, oh, well, we checking on your employment status and some other shit. Same department with a man's name I don't know shit about. Like they trying to see, did he really slip the cuffs? Let us see, man. I don't know. You want to see child support go away? On Mother's Day, I tell you, stop giving these motherfuckers the privilege of being mothers. Stop it. Stop giving up your right to procreation to entitled people who want the privilege of being made a mother. They ain't got no power that you don't shoot off in them. None. That's why you'll never see a male birth control pill. You know why? Because all of this shit will come to a screeching fucking halt. That's why she never wants you to wear a condom. That's why she get upset when you don't want to bust up in her. Because you ain't giving her no power. There's no juice if she don't get that squeeze from you. That is your power. The power to put life into any female. Anyone. Nationality, any cooch in the world. You can turn into a mother with one shot, nigga. Pow! See you in 9. She can't do that. All she can do is fuck a lot of niggas. And get her cup runneth over with the gushy. That's it. Oh, yeah, systematically reinforced. And I was thinking about this shit, Dr. T. I was going down the whole list of things I dealt with during this 24 years. And when I was doing that MOTY stream, that's why I was saying that I was actually taking account of everything that I've lost and gained during this time. And one of them is respect. I lost my license at the very least 5 times in that 20-something years. 5 times I had my license revoked. While I was paying. While I was paying. You know how? This is how this litigation bullshit goes into effect. They suspended my license because during tax time, they just kind of fuck up the numbers and decide you ain't paid. So they suspended my license without telling me. So what does that mean? I got to go down to DMV. I got to deal with some bitch sitting in there, some single mother sitting in there. About, it says you didn't pay your child support. I pay my fucking child support. That shit comes out of my check before I even see it. There ain't never been a job I've had that the child support has not been paid. No matter how much, how big, or how little my check was, that shit is always paid. Well, it says here you didn't do it. What the fuck you acting salty for me for? I ain't fuck you. Give me this paperwork so I can call these people and get this shit fixed. After $15 to $30 to DMV again, and the waiting around for a day or two for the child support department to go ahead and call and say, yeah, he's been paying. Now I can get my license back. Not to mention, since it's tax time, they want to take that tax money too. Well, you might be in arrears. Well, the fuck I'm not. Well, you can ask for an accounting from the same motherfuckers who telling me I'm behind. I know I'm not behind. I know this shit comes out automatically. Automatically. It's listed right next to FICA and everybody else. There is never a time it's not being paid. How the fuck am I even be entertaining the conversation? Well, you could be behind. You could have missed a payment. How the fuck I miss a payment when it come out automatically? How? How? Well, we need that tax return too. Okay. Fucking around with them, I have not had a tax return me any money in years. Years, my nigga. Maybe I would venture to say at least a decade or more. I have not got a tax return. That's something else I lost. You know something else I lost during this shit? You remember that whole pandemic lockdown and shit like that, where everybody was getting money and shit like that from the government so you could take care of yourself? I didn't get that shit. I didn't get anything. You remember those disbursements that went out? I didn't see any of it. That's why I wasn't all enthused about it. That's why I was out there still fucking working during lockdown. That's why I took a job lower than my skill level, so I could still get out there and make sure that shit was paid and I could actually support myself. Even then, nigga. Times that I've been unemployed and I'm getting unemployment, they take it out of that shit too. So even though as a carpenter, we make the max on unemployment you could possibly ever fucking make, still take the child support out of it. So you get less. And it ain't a lot. I've lost, I'd venture to say hundreds of thousands of dollars. I would say that. I'd venture to say that. And if it ain't $100,000, it's close. Because I've lost thousands of dollars to this shit. Motherfucker, I should have a plaque in a courtroom somewhere for what I paid in that shit. If y'all want to do the math, let's have some fun with this shit. My child support payment for one child that I was already financially taken care of went from the $250 every 2 weeks I was giving this woman a month, went up to $535 every month. Mind you, I only had a job working at a community center. I was the recreation leader, teaching kids how to play sports and art and shit like that, doing something in the community. Yeah. Being that good example of a black man who, gives a fuck about his community and shit. Yeah. That shit. $9.80 an hour. It was probably about $200 a month. That's probably what it was. Right. Went up to $535 a month. That was more money than my car payment for one nut. For one motherfucking nut. One semen. So I sat down and I did the math on that shit. Like I'll do right now for y'all. And at that time, my son was 5, and child support is supposed to be 4 till 18, right? Okay. That's not it. Clear. So 535 times 12. $6,420 a year. Times how many years? 13 years, right? $83,460. Now you stretch it out to how long I've been paying that shit. Told y'all my son was my house. I wanted to buy a house by the time I was 35. This child support thing went in when I was 25. I'm about to be fucking 50. My son is about to be 30. How long past that 18 has that shit been going on? And that's not to count all the time since I went through the market crash in 2008. Been out of work as a carpenter and couldn't get a job doing my profession. Have to take a job doing anything. On the table, but under the table, above the table, whatever I could fucking get. Because I don't know if you know this or not, once you have a child support claim on you, there's a lot of jobs you can't even afford to make. You can't even afford to take. Not unless you want 3 or 4 of them bitches. Because you won't be able to live on what's left after the child support get a hold of it. They taking they cut first, nigga. It's the government. Here's the funny part about it. No one, it was $535 a month. A month. That's not counting the times I had to take off work to go to court and shit. Because even after that shit, the bitch tried to move my son out of this state. And when that didn't work, because I challenged her on that shit and actually went to court and fought for that shit, had to sit down with fucking 2 female white women therapists to sit there and say, no, you have a decent relationship with your son. It wouldn't be beneficial for him to get pulled away. I said, that's funny. That's the same fucking shit I told his mama. She just moved out of the county and went to one of the worst fucking counties in California for child support to get more. And left me with that bill in this other county that she didn't even mention. Because she playing the hustle. That's why I said my son was my house. I did the math. I want to buy a house by 35. And being a journeyman carpenter, I should have been able to do that because every journeyman I know owns a house. And not a small one. Because we get paid weekly. 4 weeks in a month, we got 4 checks a month. But that shit was drastically reduced from that. Because they taking it out of every check. Now, why is it punishment money? I say it's punishment money because of when it showed up. It only showed up because, and this comes from my son's mother, from her mouth. She didn't want her son to go without. He ain't been going without shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Was my response. What was it? I had moved on to the only bitch that she hated, which was ex-wifey, who she remembered from high school that I was into, really into. My son was happy about his little sister coming. She didn't like that shit. She did not like that shit. Because he was excited. Why? Because me and ex-wifey, she wasn't my wife at the time, she was just my girlfriend. We had a good relationship. We had moved in together. We had our own place by the lake, in Lake Merritt in Oakland. He wasn't living in the hood. No, we moved. We started this whole family situation. I furnished the house or our apartment, furnished our apartment. My son is coming over. He got a good relationship with my lady at the time. He know that's not his mama, but he love her. She's good. She's nice to him. He's nice to her. They have a good time hanging out together. And I introduced that shit gradually because we were together for a while. She remembers when my son was coming. She remembers talking to me after he was born. She's always known about him. They still close to this day. His mama didn't like that shit because she thought I was trying to replace her. She didn't feel the same way when it came to every Negro she had around my son, up until the point she got with Black Bane, my son's stepfather. She didn't see it the same way. And she was dating drug dealers and shit. Trying to have somebody scary to keep me away. I wasn't scared, nigga. I just want my kid. I don't give a fuck about none of the rest of that shit. And she said that shit. Verbatim. I just think you wouldn't care about me. You only care about Derek. You wouldn't care about me. It's like, no, what else do I got to care about? We ain't together. That's the only thing of value you got. My seed. If it wasn't for him, no, I wouldn't be talking to you no more. Your attitude too fucking bad. I tell y'all, I've been this way for a long time. This is not YouTube shit. I have had this mentality. This is why I have the problems that I have, because I'm not a person that's going to sit there and bullshit with you forever. I'm not from that space. I'm not from that time. I will tell you what it is. You'll probably not like it, because if it hurts, it's probably the truth. And you that hit dog. So, all that time later, after 18, they went after me paying back all this money that she had got from them, that I'm now obligated to pay. Because what? She lied on some paperwork. And they didn't bother to validate it or not. They just went ahead and charged me for the shit. Gave her everything she wanted, all those services, whatever the fuck it was that she was getting. And stuck me with the bill. So when it's supposed to be over, it's not over. You got to pay all of this shit off from another county. Well, how do you think I felt? What do you think I did? Try to go to court and get that shit removed? Yeah. I wasn't hearing that shit. Wasn't hearing it. Well, you still got to pay it. Well, the bitch was lying. Fuck, why am I paying for some shit that I know was not true? You can see it's not true. Here are all my fucking check stubs from money being sent. Well, that doesn't matter. You got to call all of those people. I'm a union carpenter, work for a lot of different companies. Why the fuck do I have to call all of these companies myself to verify that they sent you money that I can clearly see is being taken out of my check every month, every fucking week? But you can't call them and find out. No work, no due diligence whatsoever because they don't give a fuck. The only concern is you paying. That's why I'm halfway skeptical of even mentioning this shit, because I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop to them and say, no, you still owe something. We think you still owe something. So here's the other thing that I lost. While I was married, the shit was being taken from me. And during 2008, when I was unemployed because the housing market crashed and construction was barely anybody was working, they started garnishing the family's money. Ex-wifey worked, I worked. I have fallen down. I'm on unemployment. Comes tax time, we put in our taxes and stuff. Married, filing together. Or joint, excuse me. What happened? They took her fucking money. That's right. They claimed it was an arrearage, and they attacked her tax return just like they attacked mine. Now, I'd always filed separately, married filing separately for that reason. I didn't want that shit to affect her. But it did. It did. She had to actually put in paperwork to file for injured spouse so she can get a portion of her money back for a kid she ain't never had. That happened like 3 years in a row. Now, I don't know about you, but that shit gets tiring. That is a massive problem in a tight economic situation already. To have what little money you thought you was going to get back taken from you and given to some other bitch's house that you don't even like. Might not even approve of how she raising her children. One content creator I make sure to watch because you're honest on life and never lie. Man, I'm about to cry. Look, I can't see it coming out my eyes, so I got to make the stream cry. Thanks for listening. I'm listening. Use this shit as a cautionary tale. Because my homeboys and my brother around me moved the way they moved because they saw the shit I was going through. My homeboy Sleep right now got his kid because he saw what I was going through. This is the godfather to my children. He saw what the fuck I was going through. He knew it. The way he moved with his son, he got his goddamn son immediately. Fuck no, he wasn't dealing with that shit. All the way over in Straglanta, he got his boy. My brother, how he moved the way he moved because he saw the shit I was dealing with. He was like, no fucking way. Because like I told you before, there's two things people can show you. An example of what to do and an example of what not to fucking do. They was not going the way I did. If I was a sacrificial lamb, they was not letting my sacrifice be in vain. Same thing for my fucking son. No. Is there such a good thing as black men in America? Yeah, there are good black men in America. You'd never know it if you was asking women, though. That's why you don't ask women. Because what they consider a good black man is completely different from what other men think of what's a good black man. Completely different. Completely different. Willpower. No one. Willpower. To that question, wow, how are you still living or not in jail from stress? Willpower. I refuse to let these motherfuckers break me. Fucking refused. That's it. That's all it is. Because trust me, when I talk about being at them dark times and them low places where I have sympathy and empathy for people who feel like they want to take their own life and all that rest of that shit, I fucking been there. That's why I say that shit. None of this shit I say up here is idle bullshit. I've been there. I know the darkness. When I tell you about having my demons chained up in the corner, I'm not bullshitting with you. That is not some idle shit that just sounds fun to fucking say. It is acknowledgement of real life fucking pain dealing with this shit. And what I had to do, what kind of work I had to do on myself to be able to function in this bitch and still laugh about some stuff. When I talk to y'all about being shut off emotionally for years and how you don't want to go there to that black pill space like that, I'm not saying that shit because it just sounds cool to be black pill. No, I say it because I've been there. I never had a term for what the fuck it was before. I've been there. And came out of it. Walked away from it, backed up, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's not idle bullshit. That's the other reason I tell you, you want to know how old a man is? Look him in his fucking eyes. And you will see how old he fucking is. Because your chronological age ain't got shit to do with what you've been through and what you had to mature and grow up through. But it will show in your eyes. Always. This is not idle bullshit for me. I can tell you that shit happening to ex-wifey, my cross that I'm bearing affecting her is one of the reasons why the marriage kind of fucked off. Because it's around the same time. Because what chick want to be with a man who ain't got no money and who's past dalliances with some other chick is fucking up her money? Yeah, eyes are the gateway to the soul. I have a line from a rap I wrote back when I was in my 20s. And the line goes, look into my eyes and see the darkness of my soul. As you listen to me rhyme, I'll draw you deep into my fold. That is an original created line by me. That's not a copy. I'm not a copyist. I'm not a plagiarist. That's an original thought, lyrics from me. Why do you think I wrote that shit at that time in my fucking 20s? In fact, no one cares about a black man's psychological traumas, problems, or tribulations. No, they don't. Not really other black men, because they treat that shit like it's radioactive. They don't want to have that shit touching them. But look, what do we just tell Rainfire about that dumb motherfucker saying that shit 20 years ago? You need to disassociate yourself from that nigga. Well, that's kind of how it is if you got a homeboy a Gen X homeboy is getting all this fucking drama in court and all the rest of this shit from, having this baby out of wedlock, making a single mother, and seeing what kind of hell she putting them through. What your homeboys do? Oh, nigga, I don't want no parts of that shit. Fuck that. That'll never be me. And they leave you to suffer with your shit while they go off and move a different direction. So while all my homeboys in their 20s was going out, fucking chicks and having a good time, I was like, nah, I can't go tonight. Nah, I got my son this week. I got my son this weekend. I got DX. I got to be with DX. Why you think I don't have no love for the club life right now? I don't sit there and tell y'all a whole bunch of stories about being out in the club and fucking around with dudes and chicks and shit like that. That wasn't what the fuck I was doing in my 20s. That's not how I spent my fuck around years. I spent my fuck around years trying to be a decent fucking father and a role model to the son I was raising amidst all the bullshit. I was a married family man by 25. By 25. That'd be unheard of nowadays. Them motherfuckers don't even want to be married or have a regular chick. Let alone 2 kids and a wife trying to provide for a family. While a third of your fucking money is getting siphoned off for a bitch you fucked once. And all she wants is more. While at the same time telling everybody else you ain't doing shit for this kid. Right. Right. I helped my friend find a job and would wait 15 minutes after my job to give him a ride back 2 months. Yeah. Had to. Here's another thing I lost outside of the relationship and the family stability. Because working construction sometimes is not stable because it's a lot like being a bear or something, a squirrel. You're hoarding your nuts for the winter. You got to make hay while the sun is up and sock that shit away and be able to sit on it and have that discipline to sit on it. So when it ain't much work happening, you can still family can still fucking function. This was the reason at the time I was telling my wife, you need to have a job comparable to mine financially, because if I go down, I need to be able to know that the family can keep on running. She didn't want to listen to that shit. She didn't want to listen to that shit until one of these bitter ass single mothers got in her ear and told her that her life would be better if she found another man. Oh yeah, that was my mother. That's your Mother's Day message. And funded her to incentivize her to find another dude other than her son, who was there raising his children. Yeah, you would have to, Donnie Mac. You have to laugh to keep from fucking crying. All of this shit is funny in a certain perspective. All of it is. All of it is. It's funny from a certain perspective. Now, what else did I lose? A lot of personal respect because, like I was just saying, a lot of people were shitting on me for that shit. Within my family and outside of it. Because the people within my family made sure to tell everybody else around me how I was a broke nigga. Because there was certain shit I couldn't do. Especially when you're not making the money you used to be making. Angry Man talks about this before, about how the industry in North Carolina left and he went from having a BMW and all the rest of that shit to, barely having a fucking car. These are the struggles of black men in America. I've been there. I went from having a really good job and a big, nice truck GMC to getting down to having a 1990 shitty Ford Probe stick shift that looked like it had been through a war. Still trying to be able to provide and have transportation so I can get to work, wife can get to where she had to get to, kids can get to school and shit. Lost a lot of individual personal respect from people because they thought I wasn't about shit. A lot of it. They enjoyed that shit too. I can tell you that for a fact. They enjoyed that shit. You don't know what it's like to go from having calls from your family to come do shit with you to all of a sudden now you that broken mail, you that broken piece of farm equipment. And they don't even bother to call you. Say, oh yeah, we going tailgate at the A's game. You want to come? No, that nigga ain't got no money. Fuck him. You don't know what that feels like. Oh, that's fucked up. Because that's family, right? It's women. What was Donnie Mac saying? What's a good man? Or who was it? No one, Donnie Mac? Who said that shit? I want to credit this shit correctly. What's a good man in this society? What's a good black man in this? All-Star G? What's a good black man in America? Well, if you listen to women, it's a black man who gives them money and never runs out. And don't say shit to them. Don't ask anything from them. Just provides and kiss their ass. And I'll tell y'all right now, that ain't the liquor talking. Oh, I got a PayPal from somebody. Sorry. Who would that? Who that? Who that say who that when I say who that? That was family. Treat me like that. Rainfire. Appreciate you, Rainfire, for donating to the stream on the PayPal side of the game. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, Rain.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on us.
Now, the other thing I lost during this time, since I'm on to relationships, outside of the fact that people got to talk real greasy about me and lie to my child about what I was and not doing for him, I had to have a whole argument and discussion with my son about, say, 11 or 12, about not providing for him. And I had to actually sit down and tell his ass point blank to look in his mother's mailbox for a certain kind of envelope. And the envelope he had to look for was a white envelope with usually some red or some fluorescent green across the top. And look at it sometime. I said, that's an envelope that comes to your house every month for you. That's your money. The only reason your mother is getting that money is for you, for your care. That's it. That's your money. Ask your mother where it's going. Or tell her when you see that shit show up in the mailbox, tell her you want some Jordans or some shit and see what response you get. Now, mind you, at this time, this bitch got a whole husband. Whole husband getting supported from her mother and child support. But she telling this boy, I ain't providing shit for her. But she's still letting him come with me every weekend. Make that make sense. So I had to argue with my son, my child, about one, what the situation was when he was born, how that all came to be conceived, and how I actually do support his ass. I'm supporting your whole fucking family right now. Nigga, talking that shit at my volume, you out of your goddamn mind. But that's what he was propped up to do. To go against me, the father who will not be pushed out of his life. I refused. You know why? Because I saw the way that shit was done with my father. Fuck that. I wasn't doing that. My vow when I found out that chick was having my child was I would never leave that motherfucker. Never. No matter what that bitch was going through, I would never leave my child. She can go away. She can blow away the dust. It didn't matter. I was never leaving my child. I was not going to let anybody do that shit to me. And that's the fuck I did. And I got more shit from doing that than just being, oh, that ain't my baby. I got more shit from wanting to be there than not wanting to be there. This is why I say there's no deadbeats on child support. It doesn't work that way. Because y'all know this phrase, tell me if you heard it before, but you can't get blood from a rock. What's the point of taking them down there if you're not going to pay? But I've seen many a motherfucker. Y'all remember when I had my boy when I was in the shop, and my boy, fucking hell, what's his name? Came in the shop, was on the stream, and he was getting some child support advice about what he was going through with his daughter. And this chick that came up here got pregnant and ran back to LA. No. That's what I've seen. Income model. I am sad to hear about that. You didn't deserve that. Even when my husband and I were homeless and living in a parking space at the La Brea Tar Pits, I never looked down on him. Motherfucker, I've had people looking down on me just because. And what I've learned from that shit, Aria, is even though I don't carry it like that, a lot of people are jealous or envious in some senses of what I have and who I am. And it only comes out when they feel I'm in a lower position than them. Soon as I'm in a lower position than them, all of that shit comes out. All of it comes out. They couldn't wait to see you fall, to start kicking dirt on your fucking head. I had a whole homeboy I thought was my good homeboy, been able to stay in my house with my family and everything. The minute that nigga thought he was better than me, he showed his whole natural black ass to me. Told me what it was over the phone, not to my face, over the phone. Like a whole bitch. Talked about me, talked about my kids, my wife, everything. Because he got a payout. Then it was fuck you. And he hung up the phone like a bitch, and I ain't talked to him since. It's been about 10 years. And I still owe him my ass kicking if I ever see his ass again. I'm still going to kick his ass. Just going to be what it is. He might win. He might lose. I don't give a fuck. He's owed that for life, nigga. For life. So that's when you find out. When you down, you definitely find out what motherfuckers really think about your ass. They can't wait, especially black folks. They can't wait. And I didn't realize how many people were around me like that. Just wanting me to take a fall. Waiting, praying that I take a fall. And I wasn't around there rubbing my nuts in nobody's face. I'm just living life and trying to do the best I fucking can. They hated that shit. Hated it. I ain't no fucking woman. I don't wake up beautiful one day and think, oh, everybody's going to kiss my ass. No fucking way. You're kissing my ass now. Fuck you. I definitely know what it feels like to be alienated by the family and so-called friends. Dude, I've been alienated from everybody. I can just keep to myself. And people think I'm hella cold. I'm not cold. I just know people ain't about shit. I just know that. They're not. Not unless they can get some gain from you. They ain't about shit. So why bother? Well, look, it don't look. Maybe I did. Maybe I deserved it in the past life. That's how I've rationalized some of that shit. Maybe in my past life, I was a whole motherfucker. Maybe I was. I don't fucking know. I know I ain't being in this life, but maybe in my past when I was an asshole. Maybe that's what it is. Since if you follow the what is it, Hindu tradition that everything is on the wheel. Maybe this is my lifetime to get shit. Maybe that's what it is. Shout out to Broad Love. Broad Love. I always try to support Black fathers, even though I do not have kids. I was raised by one. Keep up the good work. Excellent stream. Thank you, Broad Love. And yes, that's exactly why I always support brothers who are fathers. That's why I don't shit on Black fathers. I don't. Because the single fathers that I know who are trying to raise kids, they really trying to do it. They're really trying to do it. And it wasn't until I came to this space, found BGS, and people started looking up this data, that there was data to prove it. Data to prove it. Not that it didn't mirror anything I had already seen in my own fucking life. It's like, nah, Black fathers be out there trying to get it, dude. Trying to be awesome, trying to be the fathers they never had. Growing up from the little young boomer woman, the strong, independent women. Trying to be the fathers they never fucking had. Trying their best to be the fathers they never had. There ain't a Gen Xer up here as a content creator. You don't hear them telling you stories about them trying to be a fucking family man, even though they never saw one. Not a one. Trying to be a family man. Trying to be a husband. Really putting in the work to do this shit at a high level and do it well and still getting shit on. Like Malika is saying, like I know, no good deed goes unpunished. No good deed goes unpunished. You ain't supposed to be doing good deeds. You're supposed to be that shiftless nigga, that homosexual, because everybody loves those. Shout out to Broad Love. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate your Broad Love for supporting Now, that was one of the things I lost. That was sense of respect in manhood. It took a while to kind of put that shit into perspective and get some of that back, and some of it came back in the form of Black Bane. When Black Bane finally got divorced from my son's mother and he was on the other side of that shit, he had a conversation with me, which was a real man's conversation, about he apologized for being wrong and that what he was doing, because he's younger than me, he's in the millennial group, right? Elder millennial group. What he was doing in the situation, he saw himself as supporting his wife. That he believed that was his role because his father and mother were and are married. That's what he saw. So he believed he was doing the right thing by supporting his wife, even though the stuff she was saying was not matching up to him. It didn't make any sense to him from how he was seeing me and how I was acting. It didn't make any sense to him, the story she was telling him. And it didn't click in him until they were divorced. And he saw how she was acting. He really got his Negro wake-up call. Then he was like, no, I understand, dude. And I told him, it's good. I wasn't holding it against you. Look, I couldn't tell you not to get into that bear trap when I first met you. I couldn't tell you that shit because you would have took it as I was still trying to have ties on this woman. And I wasn't. I was happy for her to chew on anybody else but me. I was hoping you were smart enough to see that shit sooner. It didn't happen that way. It is what the fuck it is. We all got to have our experiences. But that's why me and Black Bane is still cool. That's why we still cool. Because we did have a man-to-man conversation about that shit. And I didn't blame him for that shit. Look, you're a husband. You got your wife. You doing what you think is required on you as a husband. Right? This is the dude that she had a baby with that ain't about shit. He no good. All the rest of it, yeah. All that bullshit women say every time with every Negro. Trust me, they do. You gonna back your lady. Cool. What you there for? Dr. Tia-san tell y'all all the time. He got whole shirts with the signs on the back. Sperm donors. substitute fathers, pro bono henchmen, security. That's what she picked them for, to hold me off. That was her attack dog. To try to find somebody intimidating to me, because I didn't give a shit about the drug dealers. I just knew they wasn't the ones to be around my kids. That wasn't a good pick. And she wasn't listening to me about it, but she knew if she had to walk into court with that shit, it wasn't going to hold up. It was not going to hold up. I could have took my kid from her ass. And I never tried to. You know why? No matter what the fuck I thought of her parenting style, I never tried to take my son from her, because I know my son needs a mother just like he needs a father. And I'm not going to deprive her of that ability to be a mother, good or bad. He needs to see that shit. So when he grows up, he knows how to vet women and pick from that. Because I can tell you this, smart men pick. Smart men look at what their mother did for them, and they either pick women accordingly or to the opposite of that, depending on what they want. Because you always change up your parents' parenting style. You try to make it better. What up, Beastly? I saw you coming here a while ago. Just waiting for the blood in the water like sharks. Yeah. And a Jack Daniels bottle across the dome, in my opinion. Look, many times in my life, I've known women have been trying to press me to do some shit to get me in trouble with the law. And I don't let them do it. I refuse. It's common bullshit. No, I'm not falling for the common traps. You're going to have to be smarter. You have to put in some fucking work. And since most of them don't want to put in that kind of work, I steer clear of a lot of shit. Never heard you say nothing negative about a woman who put you on child support. Damn. Because what is there to say? You know why you don't hear me say anything negative about it? I told y'all before. My buddy, my friend Country, down from the Nevin Center, he broke it down to me early the fuck on, about being mad about being on child support with my kid. And he asked me very simply, were you having sex with her without a condom? Yes. Then you wanted to have a baby, nigga. Shut up. That's what he told me. Now, I'm not saying this is the smartest motherfucker in the world. He's not. But that was some real shit. And he told me that shit straight up, no chaser. Shout out to Gigi for that phrase. That's what he told me. He told me that shit back in my 20s. That was when my son wasn't even a year old. He told me that shit. Don't bitch about it now. That's called personal accountability. I made that motherfucker a mama. She didn't have no kids before me. None. I made her a mother. Just like I made myself a father by impregnating her. Because I could have been a sperm donor. But I chose to be a father. You know, the hard route, the nose route of no respect, admiration, or appreciation, but a lot of responsibility. I sent out at the very least, I think I sent out 13 Happy Mother's Day today. I bet money, I will not get 13 back come Father's Day. Bet money. Bet. So I don't have to say nothing bad about her because she's being who she is. That's what I can thank her for and I can appreciate for her. She's always been who the fuck she is. About what the hell is she's about, which is entitlement. I was just a dumb motherfucker to fall into that shit, not believe her when she was saying it at the time. And I have to take responsibility for what I did. I went up in her raw because I was horny. I called her for that reason. But I wasn't being smart about it at all. Why are you mad at an opportunist for taking advantage of an opportunity? Why are you mad, nigga? Suck it up and shut up. Stop bitching about it. And I did. After a while, I just stopped bitching about it. It was no point in bitching about it anymore. Because I did it. It was my choice. But you know what I did to counteract that shit? Since the time my son was 4, and he could talk and we could have conversations, I was teaching him to be mindful of that weapon you got between your legs and where you shoot that seed. And be wary of the women standing by the side of the road looking for a fast car to hook their fucking trailer to. I'm telling him that shit forever, at least since he was 5, at the very least. To understand where your choices lie and where you have the ability to make a choice. It is not a given. You always have a choice. But you better think about the consequences of either one of the choices that you make, and then pick the one that you want. That's it. You always have control. Always. No, she can't, Malika, but this is the funny thing about her. Me and Black Bane laugh about this shit. She can find a good man, though. She can. That motherfucker is a truffle hound for a good dude. You know, good in the sense that he will try to be there and have a good, stable job and try to provide and all the rest. She can find a good dude. You keep him for shit and she'll treat him like shit. But she can find him. She ain't got no problem finding him. She got a baby right now. And somebody else on the dole. For the next, 15 years. Ain't saying nothing bad about her. It's just the facts, nigga. It's just what it is. I think child support should look at that shit. How many individual women have individual kids tied to them? How many child support checks is coming to one individual woman? They should look at that shit. That'd be a better way to track it than tying up the man's social security number. Why don't you tie the woman's social security number to this shit so you can see how many motherfucking babies is coming to this bitch? How many checks is coming to this one household? Why does she keep having more babies? You ever thought of that shit? Like I said, this is one of the things, if I ran for political office, I'd never make it, because child support reform would be the first thing on my list, and I'd have a microscope up they ass like a proctologist fixing that shit. That's why I know I'd never get elected, because there'd be a whole bunch of people about to lose some money over that shit, and they ain't trying to have that. Oh no. Fuck no, you ain't gonna ruin this whole industry. This is a whole cottage industry. You got whole side businesses off of this. No, nigga. Fuck you think you is? What Beasley said, I was talking to a person who talked about your kids. The person who talked about your kids. What are you talking about, Malika? What are you talking about, Beasley? Trigger words. Oh, damn, Jack Daniels. Okay, Jack Daniels bottle across the dome, in my opinion, about the person who talked about my kids. No, he need his ass beat. He needs his ass beat. He really does. He really needs his ass beat. And in the Sun Tzu way, maybe some ill fortune has befallen his ass. I don't say that to wish it on it. I just know people who've actually done me really dirty in life usually get paid back, because some ways God do listen to me. He do look out for me. And motherfuckers have gotten fucked up behind some shit that I see as karma. I see as karma. I know I'm not out here being fucked up to people. But when I see and hear like, oh yeah, you heard what happened to so-and-so, well, what happened to him? You mean that motherfucker that fucked me over? What happened to him? Oh, they lost all of this and all of this. I said, wow, sounds like fucking karma. It happens more often than not. So I ain't worried about the shit. I just know what is incumbent upon me if I should ever cross paths with this motherfucker in a physical sense again. He owed that. I need my £1.50. What's up, G. Butler? Respect to everything you've preserved. Most will crumble under far less. What advice would you have for young men looking for a possible wife today? I would say, I said it earlier, but I'll say it again as a meme. Understand being a mother is a privilege and you procreating is a right. Do not give up your right to somebody who's entitled. That's a privilege. Every female is not a mother. Every woman with a kid is not a goddamn mother. Just like every man with kids is not a fucking father. You're not. When I say vet, there are certain things you should look for. It's very simple things that you can look for. Ask her about her father and how she feels about her father. Look around her house. Is it filthy? Are books in this bitch? Things that you value, see if those things are reflected in her behavior. Not what she looks like, not her fat ass and her pretty face and her nice lips and everywhere you thinking about gushing all over her. Not that shit. That is irrelevant. Porn is out here. All kind of chicks get fucked, okay? It's not even special. Take that shit off the list. Take it off the list. What you should care the most about is how she behaves and how her family structure is and what you have on the ball. That's it. Be what you're looking for. If you got your shit together, it should be very hard for some trifling ass bitch to come your way. They'll try, but a lot of them will be intimidated by the fucking with you. They'll be intimidated. I can tell you that just from talking smart to some chicks. BGS and Dr. T know. There's a whole chick not a month and a half ago was sending me cooch pics and all kind of shit, but her main sticking point with me, and mind you, pictures I didn't even ask for. I didn't ask to see this chick vagina. She sent me pictures off the bat. Just because. Some newly divorced fucking woman looking for her chocolate love. What's her main sticking point about me? I'm too smart. I think I'm smarter than I am. Bitch, you think I'm dumber than I sound. That was her sticking point. I was too smart for her. She was not prepared for that shit. And that was fucking her up in her head. Because she is expecting some dumbass meat puppet. And that's not what she was getting from me. So it was fucking up her fantasy of just getting, pulled out. And that's just for me being me. She was put off by that. Because she already thought I got a lot of ass just from the way I looked. Which may be true, but I don't take a lot of ass. I'm not interested in numbers. I'm looking for quality. And that's the hustle. So that's what I tell dudes. Buyer beware and do your due diligence. Stop being lazy. And if you're really that worried about it, invest in artificial wombs. Take that other bargaining chip off the table too and see if they don't get right. Also, would I get married again? Yes, I think I would get married again. I wouldn't get married again the same way I did the first time, though. And not that that was bad. I just know how this shit is structured right now. It's kind of fucked up towards men. Kind of a lot. It's not a benefit to getting married. I've been married. I didn't think marriage was that big of a deal and not of a benefit really to men anyway when I got married. Doing it a second time, there's nothing in marriage for me that I can't get in just having a long-term relationship. It's not, because I've been married. I was married for 15 years. I can do marriage. Like a dude that's been to the pen tell you, I can do the stretch because he just know it. Nigga, I can do the stretch. I can do the time. It's not an issue. I can do the time and fucking the one woman and all that shit. I can do that. It's not an issue. The issue in the marriage is not the marriage itself. It's all the shit outside of it. All the girlfriends who gonna try to shit on that girl and work on her nerves and be the drop of water on the head trying to get her to get out of her marriage. Tell her how she's subjugated and she's being punished and all the rest of this dumb shit. To get her, oh, you don't want to have fun no more. You don't want to come out to the club and be sucking these random dicks like the rest of us doing now and being sad at home drinking wine every night. Them bitches that'll be trying to fuck up your happy marriage. Or them trifling ass niggas who will be out there trying to fuck your wife, doing the same shit just on the opposite side. Or your fucking family. That's why you're supposed to cleave to your husband and leave them other motherfuckers alone. Because all the rest of those people is going to try to fuck up your situation. Especially if they don't have a positive situation like that themselves. They going to ruin it. Because the last thing a bunch of failing people want to see is somebody successful. Doing it. They hate that shit. Crabs in a bucket. I finally had sex recently after 6 years after going through my situation with my baby mama. Psst. Yeah, she supposed to put a number on you. You waited 6 years before you put your shit anywhere near some vagina. Like, oh no, that is not the pitch for me. That is not the pitch, nigga. That is not how I like them thrown. Nope. I don't put this gun away. I can understand, dude. I can understand. Look. Ex-wifey got to me. I didn't stop having sex altogether after my son, but I was really cautious, nigga. I was very cautious. Very cautious. And if it wasn't ex-wifey who came back like 5 years later, 6 years later, if it wasn't her, I still would have been like, It wasn't a bunch of randos. I can tell you that much. It wasn't randos. Hell no. I vetted completely different. I had to have some kind of relationship with your ass to know what you would and would not do. It was not gonna be no random fucking hookups, nigga. No, that was not my culture. Not with in the 90s and being a Gen Xer with his AIDS and everything else going around. No, nigga, it was not a bunch of free sex happening. No. Careful. Very fucking careful. And that's why it doesn't bother me now. I'll throw the shit over my shoulder and sit out for a while. Like we call it now monk mode or mini monk modes like BGS has lined out to y'all. I ain't a problem doing that shit nowadays. It don't matter. Because sex is maintenance. It's like getting your oil changed, nigga. Every once in a while, you need some maintenance. And I know how many thousands of miles I can go before I do need that oil changed. So I can wait. Can your ass? Because I'll be producing sperm until I drop dead. Will you have viable eggs? Or a vagina that still gets wet? Dr. Tia-san was letting y'all know about that shit. I'm at the late stages of the game. While I understand that women can go dry after they've had their little fling and acting like a teenage boy in their 40s. That shit get dry. If it hurt, holla. Feel some kind of way about it, must be the truth. Abstinence. I'm not saying abstinence, I just say play safe. I don't say abstinence. Abstinence is not good for everybody. I don't even think it's healthy for you personally. I really don't. Look, everybody want to talk about priests messing around with kids and shit like that, right? Why do you think that was? Abstinence. You cannot subdue sexual urges forever. Men in prison still end up fucking other men. Removed from women. Women in prison still end up fucking other women. Removed from men. After a certain point, your sexual urge is there. It's not going away. You have to manage that shit. It's like you manage everything else. Your mental health, your breathing, your diet, all of that shit. You have to manage your sexual side as well, too. Sometimes you need to feed the beast. Sometimes you have to. It's just what it is. But it don't have to be if in anybody. So I'm not for abstinence. I'm for safe sexual maintenance. SSM. I swear, once a woman wanted to flirt, saw me reading and said, reading makes my head hurt. She thought it was cute because young guys around her like women dumber than them. Bizarro world. She out of her fucking mind. If reading makes her head hurt, that was a red flag. Shouldn't be fucking with that dumb bitch. Because she about good for nothing but fucking on. And if you was just going to be fucking on her, you need to wrap everything up. Because that'll be the dumb bitch that want to be pregnant. No, sir. No, sir. About 4 hours in, I ain't even open up the chat. That's okay. I'm probably going to have to wrap this up in another 30 minutes so I can edit this shit down. Artisan. I'm way more careful, cautious, and smarter now than in my younger years. I threw my dick and balls on a crap table many a night. Yeah, like Eddie Murphy said, I've thrown the dick and balls on the table many a night. No sevens, nigga. No snake eyes. Yeah, no. You have to be. You have to protect the one thing that everybody wants and nobody wants to give you respect for, which is your seed. That's it as men. That's what you protect. Ain't no woman a mother unless you skeet in her and make her one. None. Not a one. They cannot be mothers without you. And if you want to talk that artificial insemination shit, dudes stop jerking off in jars for the artificial insemination. What would y'all motherfuckers be? Crazy. With a bunch of puppies or cats and shoes and purses and shit. And miserable. I don't know if y'all have ever seen a woman over the age of 40 who's never had a child. I saw that shit in my 20s. She was not right. Something is missing from a woman when that doesn't happen for them. It fucks with them. Now, I'm not saying it's every woman. Not saying that because I know I got some sisters in here that don't have kids and they over 40. But some of them, they don't have kids not by choice, by biologically some shit is wrong and they can't have kids. Don't mean they don't love them. But something is amiss. But I don't think it's any different for a guy. But guys have an urge to procreate or have sex, not to have babies. Women have an urge to have babies. They can give a fuck about if they could have babies without having sex, they would do that. They would. Sex is just how the sausage is made, nigga. No one said, Artisan, clip that voice. It's dry. It is. Why do you think WAP is a thing? You can see old ass grannies dancing to that shit. Think your grandmother still got a wet coochie? You out of your fucking mind, nigga. Extra dry. I used to wonder why somebody stole 40 tubes of KY from the maintenance department at work. That's why. Why do you think KY exists? It ain't just for homosexual sex. It existed a long time ago. The urge to have a baby is strong. It is. Look, I told y'all, my daughter didn't want to have kids. Pulled her up on the fucking stream. She said she was thinking about it. Like, nigga, what? You? I knew it would happen. But I just got to call a question to the fact that you have now changed position. I told you it would take about 5 years. And here we go, 4 years in. I don't know, maybe. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 40-plus-year-olds, yes. And it's not just BWs. It's not just BWs. It's women in general. I can tell you that for a fact. It's just women in general. Grannies dancing to WAP should sound like rubbing sandpaper together. Y'all got jokes now. No, it's not. Just sound like a dry ass sponge, nigga. They ain't been wet since they was in the tub, nigga. Don't happen like that. That shit shut down for them early. Shuts down early for them. That's why a lot of these Gen X chicks is always in competition with 20-year-old women. Always in competition with 20-year-old women, trying to recapture something that's gone already. It's not your turn anymore. Get off the stage, Granny. Fuck off. Yeah, that's why you like all this thought music. No, I want to be like men and just fuck everybody. You ain't fucking men. There's no benefit to a man knowing you and fuck 200 people. None whatsoever. Only thing he think of is a fucking cesspool and everybody and had their dick pissing in it. There's no benefit to that shit. None. If there was a benefit to that shit, why don't you see more married ass porn stars to people who are not also in the porn industry? Why do you think Mia Khalifa out there trying to fix her whole fucking image? Because she actually want to have a kid and get married one day. And she know that shit is damaging. Why was Kim K all gushing and crying when Kanye bought her sex tape? She didn't give a fuck about it when she was doing it. But then when she became a mama, she thought some kind of way about, well, maybe I don't want my kids to be able to pull this up on the internet. Maybe my daughter don't need to see me servicing some other dude, not her daddy. If she needed to see that at all, either. Come on, man. She did get married and got divorced because I don't know who you're talking about. If you're talking about Kim, valued in their family, and divorces are supported. So that's why I said, because she's been married and had children and now divorced, she's not looked at as the same type of single mother as a woman who just had a bunch of babies and never been married. She's not looked at the same way. There's a little bit more respect put on her. Another content creator said it this way: older men see themselves in younger men, older women see themselves as younger women. Yes, I heard that. I heard that from that content creator when they said the shit. And it's true. It was like gold. Like I told y'all, truth can come from anybody, anywhere, at any time. Nobody has a corner of the market on fucking truth. Truth comes out of experience. And that's why I don't believe this whole idea that you can't take ideas from people. You can, because nobody said it that way until that content creator did. And if he's not going to be able to say that he heard it from somebody else, he is the originator of that idea phrased that way. So give them their respect. You haven't seen catch baby fever hormones are strong. Women used to tell me they would start lactating hearing other people's babies crying. It's a true thing. Women do. They lactate and they coochie start tingling. They ovaries start tingling, especially if they had kids. If they've had kids, it's worse for them. They'll feel it instinctually. Their body will react instinctually because most of that shit, it's all biology and nature. They can't control that shit any more than men can control being fucking horny. Some ways you're not supposed to be able to control that shit. It's how the race gets populated. Dumb motherfuckers. I was talking about Mia Khalifa. She got married and divorced. Yeah. Well, why did she get divorced? You think her husband thought she didn't give good sex? She didn't give good dome? Think that's what it was? He couldn't trust her? Or too many dudes been at that pump? Too many buckets have been in that well. Shit. Kim K trying to prevent her daughter from experiencing the Mean Girl barrage in which she used to be a member. No, what I think Kim K is doing, she's trying to keep from her daughter looking her in the face and saying, "Mama, you was a hoe." That's what she's trying to prevent. Understand that women will do a whole lot of shit with guys. Right? Guys or women or whatever, they do a whole lot of shit. None of that shit they want their child actually asking them about. Because the number one thing that women do is covet. They covet what they do. They hide it. Hide it, don't want to think about it, don't want nobody else to know it. Until you got to this culture where they want to do everything on fucking camera out in front of the world and everybody to see. But they don't want their children judging them about that shit. That's the main thing. That's what they don't want. Because for some reason, like it breaks something fundamental down. They could give a fuck about anybody else thinking anything. Dudes, mama, daddy, husband, whatever fuck. It don't matter. But them kids having to look at them in their face like, "Mama, that's disgusting. You was a whole hoe." That kills them. That will kill them. Literally. They cannot deal with that shit. That's why they go through such lengths to hide all of that shit. No fucking way. If it was your dad and you had to find out that your dad had fucked a bunch of randos, what you think your dad gonna tell you? Yeah, I was fucking around, man. I was doing way too much back then. Yeah, I shouldn't have fucked that chick. Yep, that 400-pound cross-eyed chick. Yep, I hit that shit. Yep, raw and everything, son. Don't you ever fucking do that shit. Don't you ever do that. The 400-pound cross-eyed chick, she'll never want her kid to know anything about that. She'd rather not. Mama, you was fucking that dude. He had a wife and everybody in the club on camera. Who told you that shit? They haters. I ain't do that shit. They lying. Shut the fuck up. I can't say that, but I cannot see a way that Kim K can raise her to not be like Kim K. Look, she in Hollywood. She's in Hollywood. She is tied to the Kardashians, who do not have the best track record in Hollywood for being upstanding fucking women. She did not choose to do like, I don't know, a Demi Moore or Bruce Willis and move the fuck out of Hollywood and raise their kids in some small town somewhere so they can have some fucking values. Other than, I look pretty. And people would pay me money to see me partially or in some form of undress. From Kim K's accounts, Kanye is a devoted father. From Kim K's accounts, not Kanye. From Kim's accounts, Kanye is a devoted father. He might be able to keep her off the pole. But she gonna be on that reality show, nigga. And she gonna have some shit thrust in her face. So, if you want to track that kind of shit, wait till you hear about her sex tape. Maybe it won't happen because she got a father there who's actually really involved. Maybe it won't happen. Girls with fathers involved, that might not happen as much. Okay? But it does depend on the type of father they are. But he fighting an uphill battle, nigga. He fighting an uphill battle. There's generations of those chicks on the other side of him. Generations of those chicks on the other side of him and his daughter. I wish him luck. I wish him the fucking luck. And Aria, I would say if Kim saw the downside to what she went through and what she did, she would try to push her daughter to not be like her. Because make no mistake, I don't think Kim is stupid. I don't think she's the finest chick in the world, but I don't think she's stupid. I think she has a little bit in her, even though she uses what's on the outside of her to make herself rich. I think she does have a little bit of humbleness in her. And I say that because I was looking at these pictures of her going to her daughter's game. And she was trying to dress down as possible. She wasn't out there trying to be all out. She was dressed down in a motherfucker. But it's who she is. She got paparazzi following her for the minute she leave the gate in her car. She ain't trying to be out there with that shit. She's just trying to be there with her daughter. That's what I think might be the saving grace for that kid. She might have seen the downside to that shit and not want her daughter to be a part of that. But I don't know. I'm not in their fucking house. I'm not in a family circle. I don't see the kids all the time. So I'm not at the picnic, the barbecue, none of that shit. So I can't say one way or the other for sure. But we will see. That's why BW is going crazy about Freaknik documentary. They going crazy about the Freaknik documentary because they want y'all to see that shit. They ain't really scared. The only thing they'd be scared of is maybe their kids seeing that shit. That's the only thing they should actually be concerned about, really. Maybe their kids seeing it. Maybe their kids watch it and recognize somebody. Like, Mama, is that you? Be like that South Park episode when Cartman was asking his mother about being in the German Scheisse film. Hey, man, if you're in the German Scheisse film, you tell me, right? Yes, sir. No, she wouldn't. Bigger, Longer, Uncut. Funniest movie ever. Watch that shit. Watch that shit. South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. Watch it. That shit is hilarious, dude. I died in that motherfucker. Like in the first 10 minutes, I was choking. I had to calm myself down so I can get through the whole movie without dying in the theater, for real. Yeah, Kim, a billionaire in law school. Why? She's trying to change her image, nigga. She started trying to change her image after them kids came. I'm telling you. kids change a woman in some kind of way. They either try to fervently hold on to being a fucking child, which means they always got to have a center stage, fuck the kids, and the kids have to grow up to be the adults to parent the mama, or they go really hard the other direction. It's the same thing for men. You either try to be a boy forever or you grow the fuck up. Kim looked like she's trying to change her fucking image completely and be someone respectable, not for her, not for the rest of us motherfuckers, for them motherfucking kids looking at her. For them kids looking at her, she's trying to be somebody respectful. And pretty don't last forever. Pretty is an expiring resource, a depleting resource. And after a while, you ain't going to be as pretty. Last thing you want to be is some 50-year-old chick trying to fuck 20-year-olds because they still think you fine. You don't want to be there. She's trying to move it on. She's trying to make a transition to where the looks is gone. She can still have an income. You don't want to be that old wrinkled plastic surgery ass bitch trying to sit up on a camera and look like you was 20 still. No, you don't. That's gross. It's really gross, and you really looking like grandma. Get off the stage. You look like the old lady in the strip club. Back in '63, I was the hottest thing going. It's 2023. If you don't get the fuck out of here, your geriatric ass and bad knees. Anyway, anytime I see anything about the Freaknik crap, it's a bunch of dirty looking people half naked grinding on each other. So it looked like somebody's concert. Fuck. I'm not even, the Freaknik documentary is not even on my radar to give a fuck about. I'll watch it just like I watched the Woodstock documentary because I like watching documentaries, but I'll look at it the same way. I lived through the shit, so it's not that damn interesting to me. There's no fixation or oh, what was this all about? I lived through it. I'm good. It's like making a documentary about the gang peace treaty. Nigga, like, okay, yeah, they called a truce. Been there. Yeah, I remember it vividly. Anyway, you ain't making that shit for me. Making it for the people who didn't live through that shit. And trust me, the people that's doing it, it's some Gen Xers trying to relive their heyday. 50-year-old thoughts. Sad fucking state. Should be married. Should have a husband. Not be worried about being a thought. Be happy sucking his accordion dick. Especially nowadays with Viagra and Cialis and shit like that. You'll jump on your ass like it's no tomorrow. I was underage during that time period, Freaknik days. I was a teenager and in my 20s. Never went. But I was aware. Anyway, I'm about 4:30 in. I think I'm going to close this shit out. There's a couple of more things I want to say about what I lost through all this child support shit. One of the things I lost, which is the main point about the freedom thing, is I was in a relationship after my divorce, the first long relationship I had after my divorce. And it was my ex, Sandra. Me and Sandra were together for about 2 years. Older Latina woman. Loved her stinking ass. I did. Loved the hell out of her. Really did. And I didn't think I would love anybody again after my wife. I didn't think that shit at all. I knew it could happen, but I was really skeptical in how it would happen. If I got married again, at that time, it probably would have been to this ex. It would have been to her. Only problem was she wanted to be married a lot sooner than I did. She was out of a relationship. She was out of marriage. She was divorced. And I dated one dude that got her out of her marriage, in a sense, and moved on. But she wanted to be married. She's from a married family. So that running around single shit was not going to be for her very long. Very old school, traditional Latino family, right? some new school ways. We were in a relationship for 2 years, and one of the trips that we were supposed to go on was down to Mexico and Chichen Itza and some other places, some temples and shit like that, right? Pyramids down in Mexico. And I was excited about going on that trip and whatnot, and I put in my passport, sent it in to get renewed because I've had a passport since I was probably about 14 or 15, right? My mother took us out the country because my mother had a decent fucking job and a decent education, and she loves to travel. That's why I have the travel bug, because I know there's something outside of this fucking street block, city, state, country dynamic. I know there's shit outside of there, and I want to see it. And I sent in my passport to get renewed so we can go on this trip. And what I got back was a letter letting me know that my passport was not being returned to me, that because of the new laws at this time, they would not issue me a new passport because of child support. Because of child support, I could not leave this country. I couldn't. Now, they didn't say anything for all the Latinos I know of that jumped the border and run away, but because they put in those laws to actually not approve any passports for people who are on child support, to keep you here paying this goddamn money. So we couldn't go on that trip. And it was a beautiful trip. It was a beautiful trip that was planned. It was going to be a whole cruise. We were going around Gulf of Mexico, down there to see the pyramids and all that shit. The same places that they were in Wakanda forever. That's where I was going. That's where the plan was to go. She was the perfect traveling partner. Fun as fuck, right? Didn't get my passport back. They kept that shit. Didn't get it. Now, I had moved a couple of times since then, so maybe they tried to send it back to the wrong people. I don't fucking know. But I haven't had my passport in fucking, let's say 8 years. 8 years I haven't had my passport. So I couldn't leave this country. Now, while I'm all for dudes leaving this fucking country, and I wanted to leave this bitch, I couldn't go anywhere. Because of child support, they won't let you leave. You a slave on the plantation. You can never leave, nigga. They want all your earnings, all of them. You gonna stay on this plantation till they finish with your ass. So I lost my passport, and because of that, the trips that me and that girlfriend could go on were limited, which meant the relationship in some way was limited because it couldn't get the full expression. So when I would show, like, I don't know if Toya's still in here watching from the crowds, when I would show on Instagram pictures of places I wanted to go, Maldives, Philippines, shit like that, places that you actually need your passport to go, that was always still in my mind, but I knew I couldn't go there anytime soon. That's why it became a dream, wish list, bucket list type of situation, right? This is where my mind goes when I think of going the fuck away. It ain't just going 4 hours outside of my way. It ain't just going to the Grand Canyon, nigga. I'm talking about going the fuck away, like crossing the borders, okay? With this notice showing up this week, and what I thought about when I was actually, texting Dr. T and them and joking about the shit, I remembered the fact that I can get my passport back. I can get my fucking passport back. I am fucking free. I'm actually fucking free of this plantation. I can fucking leave. And I'm not talking about just going to another state. I'm talking about country, period. Get my blue thing back and the fuck out of here. I could actually, like I thought about since I met BGS, I could relocate to Ghana and try to start a construction company and become that anchor point for people who want to expat. I could show up in the Maldives, do a stream from standing in shallow blue, crystal blue fucking water with my black ass, and let y'all know the world is open to you. The world is open to you if you resist doing two things: going to fucking jail and having unplanned babies. The world is open to you, nigga. And I'm out here in it, getting lost in this bitch. I can go to some of those places in China that I see that just look fucking beautiful. Egypt, Syria, Turkey, Egypt, Italy. All these places that I've seen that I want to go to are now open to me again. That's what was missing from my life. And here's the thing. Yeah, that was why I said it, Aquatech. Yeah, I'm free to move about the planet. Not the country, the motherfucking planet, nigga. This is why I say I think bigger. I'm not a small, shallow intellect, shallow thinking Negro. I'm not. And I'm not saying that shit to convince y'all in any kind of way. I'm just saying it to prove a point to you motherfuckers. When I think about shit, I think broad. And when I got that shit in my head that this is what could happen, I started planning out the rest of my fucking year. I did. I started planning the rest of my fucking year. Where I want to be by this time. Why? Told y'all, I almost made 100K last year. So at this point in my life, I'm doing better than I was when that shit got imposed on me. And now I got the restrictor pulled off the engine. That means everything is mine. All of it. The fuck you think I'm about to do now? Like my Panda Express fortune said, financial success is inevitable in your future. I think it is. Because I've taken a lot of financial hits because of all this shit. I think personally, my credit score will go up just from this shit not being on there anymore. Because that's what was keeping it down. There's a lot of freedom that came from that shit. If it holds to be true, because I do have this other letter I need to verify what the fuck they talking about on this shit. But otherwise, nigga, yeah, give us free is a real fucking thing, because that's what I'm realizing is that how much was stifled, held off, and how much bullshit I had to endure for how long because of this one fucking thing. The one hook a motherfucker got in me to slow up all that progress because they were jealous. They weren't progressing themselves. I took a trip at 20-something years old to Hawaii with my friend at the time, Shonda, who I called lady that I would have married her. This was before ex-wifey came back into the picture as a girlfriend. I would have married her. I wanted her ass. She's 3 years older than me. Sister. Attorney. I wanted her ass. I wanted her ass like nobody's business. Obsessed. Another Scorpio. My son's mother found out I went to Hawaii. She was pissed. And set about to start fucking that shit up. Kept my son from me a couple of days. Gave me some grief about seeing his ass and shit. But it was over jealousy. She wasn't able to do that. And I told her, I didn't decide to be a single mother. I told you that's not what the move was. Why? Because I am a child of a single mother. I've seen that shit personally. It's not the fun route. It is not easy. There is no glory. There is no banner in that shit. There is no pride in that shit. It is a fucking struggle. Why the fuck would you want to do that willingly? You sound stupid. She didn't like that shit. But I'm not a stranger to telling people uncomfortable truths. So here we are. All these years later. So that's it for today. Hopefully I can actually edit this down and take the music out. If YouTube will cooperate, I'll spend 4 hours and 40 minutes. No, I didn't open up the chat today, but I had a lot to say, and I wanted to get that shit out. So hopefully you guys took something from this. Any young men that may potentially listen to this, recognize your power and don't give it away. Don't give it away. Choose when and who you give it away to. And likewise for the women. Choose who and when you give it away to. That's the one choice that you always have. For young men, don't be going out here having no reckless ass, unplanned fucking pregnancies because you just want to shoot up a club. Yes, raw sex feels nice. It does. It does. I won't lie to you about that shit. It does feel nice. But you know what feels better than raw sex? Knowing that the woman you are with is actually your wife. And if you get her pregnant, y'all gonna be there raising that child together. That feels better. Because I can tell you, I never regretted busting in my wife. Not one day. And I never asked her to have my baby. I just knew I felt really relaxed when I did that shit. Like, yes, it should feel lovely. Felt like the way it should be. Not a bunch of stress like, oh. I get it in you. Let me get the towel, clean you off. Come on, squeeze it out. No, that's stress. I want you to have no stress. At least not stress like that. Put it that way, because you're going to have some. But eyes free, yo. If it's to be believed, eyes free. And I'm happy about that shit. So I drink my celebratory whiskey. With Jack Daniel's Sinatra Select. It's my celebration whiskey. I will take a bottle of that if you can find it for Father's Day, if you feel so inclined. This was a lot of little, I wouldn't even say vulnerable because I don't feel vulnerable telling y'all that shit outside of the fact of how anybody can use it or dispute it or complain about it. That's just what it is for y'all. I don't give a fuck. It's just what it is. But this is a happy thing. It is to be celebrated. It took a long fucking time. But I did make it to this point. So let me see. I'll get this next song queued up real quick, like. And couldn't decide between the two ending songs, but I think I'm gonna go with this one. But was it give it away now? Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yeah, don't give away your power like that. Oh, Asian dude used to say, "Bitches get it in the face." I didn't say that. The Asian dude said that shit about having a wife and fucking with other chicks. Bitches get it in the face. Stop impregnating these chicks. Then you don't have to have any single mothers. Stop impregnating them. That'll stop that shit real quick. So, play safe, use your protection, and don't give that power up to anybody that you don't choose to. Nobody. I'm serious. Males or females. So with that, thank you guys for coming through today. It's 444 For all my numerology fans out there, repeating numbers is still showing up. Thank you for listening to this stream. I appreciate you guys coming through on a Mother's Day, spending some time with me. Like I said, I don't hate mothers. I don't. But I know the benefits as well as the fallacies in some of this shit. And I just try to debunk the fallacies. I do. So shout out to all the mothers doing their job, raising their children to be productive members of society. Thank you. To my mother, I do love you to death. We got our own bullshit between us, but I do love you to death. I will still give you that respect because I think you did a good job for what you knew and who you were. I did. So to my son's mother and my daughter's mother, y'all know I got love for both of y'all. I do. I appreciate you for giving me my children. I really do. Because they could have turned out really bad, and they haven't. So thank you. Thank you for at least doing that. Everybody else, salute to you. Keep doing a good job. And I will see you guys next time. This has been Shop Talk Live. I do this every Sunday from 11 to when I feel like stopping it. 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. UK time. Shout out to Ian and Nigel over in the UK. Appreciate you guys for coming through. I'll get back to some geek shit tomorrow. I will, when I pay attention to that shit. But I had other things on my mind that was preoccupying me. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The stuff is always open 24/7. You can always drop some support when you watch the video, even on the replay gang. I see you out there. I see your numbers. I see you. I've been Artisan MC, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Crush a bit, little bit, roll it up, take a hit, feeling lit, feeling right, 2 a.m. summer night, I don't care, hand on the wheel, driving drunk, I'm doing my thing, rolling the Midwest side and now, living my life, getting out dreams, people told me slow my roll, I'm screaming out, fuck that, I'ma do just what I want, looking ahead, no turning back, if I fall, if I die, know I lived it to the fullest, if I fall, if I die, know I lived and missed some bullets, I'm on the pursuit of happiness and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold, I'll be fine once I get it, I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. Tell me what you know about dreaming. You don't really know about nothing.
nothing. Tell me what you know about the night terrors every night. 5 a.m. cold sweats waking up to the sky. Tell me what you know about dreams. Tell me what you know about night terrors. Nothing. You don't really care about the trials of tomorrow. Rather lay awake in the bed full of sorrow. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that's shine ain't always gonna be gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness. I know everything that's shining always gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. Pursuit of happiness. Yeah. I don't get it. I'll be good. Oh man. Room spin. Back. Zuli. Wait. Oh my God, why did I drink so much and smoke so much?